factions, maximum number of sites. I think I'm going to turn up the savagery. I'm going to leave beasts on medium. And I'm debating, do we go... Why is the Redeem a Dwarf open? That shouldn't be up. I thought I disabled that. I literally did. Huh. Well, I mean, you can have that Dwarf. Actually, sorry, there was 2 here. I'm going to reject both of these. There you go. And pause those. All right, so I'm debating, chat. Do we do sparse mineral recurrence or rare mineral occurrence? That's okay, Fem. You'll have another opportunity. But you're not supposed to use it before we're in-game, so... I mean, we could do very rare. If somebody gives me $1 in bits and says very rare, I will make it very rare. Chat's leaning rare? All right. We're going to go with rare minerals. No dollars on you? Well, there you go. No very rare for you.
I don't know what that means, but very rare.
Okay, which means we're not going to be finding metal anywhere. Very rare blocks. Yep, we are going. So that's going to be the theme for this fort. Very rare minerals. So I'm going to update a command right now, which is goal. The command is going to be updated, and it's going to now say, machine waters, Sammy, hiatus, burn vault, defeat the caverns and build the burn vault. We're just going to change that to fend off hell. And then new fort, which I don't have named. Rare mineral. Occurrence. There we go. Command's updated. You wish goblins brought gold? Why? Gold's completely useless. This is the first time you've seen me generate a world, you're kind of excited. Yeah, I'm not like DOS Tactic, who generates 40 worlds in a day. And then I tend to stick with them for a couple forts. But gold is completely useless. To give you metals? Not to give you metals, that's not really how that works, but we can request trading with a lot of other people. Ooh, a game that I wish for is currently only $4. I'll buy it. That's the game I'm talking about. Let's pause this. Peek around. Ooh. So, I don't want to get you guys excited, chat, but there's a volcano here that has silver and lead. That could be cool. And it's like right on top of some elves. I don't take suggestions. Just period. So I do what I want to do. And if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. So if you make suggestions, you're just going to get a lot of nah, nah, no, no thanks, not interested, nah. I mean, I just read that as me on Tinder. Yeah, pretty much. I actually matched on Tinder with somebody recently who's in a band that I've seen before, which is kind of weird. Been talking back and forth. It's been fun. This is the first time I've spoke with a human on Tinder in like 2 years. How's it going, Luck? I'm doing okay. So I paused World Gen. We don't get too crazy. The Mythical Realm is a pretty good name, too. Let's play this. Let's see what this Embark looks like. Silver, lead, and blade oil, more like, would be the Witcher movie. It's a shame it doesn't have sand. Apologies for the Windows sounds. Just me turning on core temp because I'm curious how hot my CPU is. 50C, oh, that's fine. Went from 12 to 15 hours to under 2. Yeah, no, that's pretty helpful. Oh. Do you see what I see, chat? And got sand. Silver, lead, and sand. There's sand all the way around it. What's the elevation like? Ooh, and it's steep. In a big canyon. Man. Glass discs, glass spikes, glass pumps. We got humans and elves. Let's see who the dwarven factions are. Whew, we got lots of options. The Rack of Princesses. Nice rack. What else do we have? We've got the Glove of Glows, the Rumored... Ooh, I like that name. The Rumored Anvil. Good name. The Hardy Pick. The Door of Hailing. Clear Arrow. I think the Rack of Princesses is the closest one, actually. Yeah, Rack of Princesses is the closest one. I mean, yeah, no, see, here's the thing. Napalm. You make goblets out of glass. Mugs are made of rock, okay? We're gonna take part in the mug economy. At least get your wording correct. Sheesh, mate. Okay, we could also be the Standard of Speechlessness. With King Adel Donsax. So those are our option, chat. The Standard of Speechlessness or the Rack of Princesses. You're more likely to hire. You have a higher guarantee of always getting traders. If you don't embark near your location, or if you embark, say, on an island, you only get 2 guaranteed. And then if they have no princess racks in your area, then princesses do in fact have racks. Hold on, let me do the thing that I do with these. I mean, like, here's the thing. I can't make this up. Oh, also, me opening up my Mastodon account just reminded me of something very important that I need to tell you, chat. Netflix finally locked my parents out, so they can't use it anymore. So I canceled Netflix. Fucking finally. I paid for it for the last 2 years, barely using it because my parents were using it. I'm thinking 7x7. Wilderness, heavily forested. There's not a lot of spots with sand. 7x7? Have you seen my CPU, Layagushka? There's goblins up north, but they're not that close. Although there is also a possibility that we're allied with them or something strange. We don't know. Also, Dark Elven Pits. 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 Elven Pits. Elven Pits. Elven Pits. Elven Pits. Elf. 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 Dark Elven Fortress. You know, you guys always like to fight the elves. Maybe this will be a fort where we fight the elves. Because I don't generally fight the elves. Well, I mean, so there's 2 things I want to say about Twitter right now. 1, don't bother following me on Twitter because I barely ever tweet these days. 2, because it's called X, you no longer tweet. You excrete. Okay? So if you go to Twitter and you type something in, just remember, you're firing your excrements out into the void. I'm a bad person. But I think this is our embark. As a tree-loving hippie, I'm offended on behalf of my friends who are the elves. Little lax, but they are dark elves, so maybe we'll kill them. Yes, except it was always a rather entertaining dumpster fire rolling down the hill into another dumpster fire. But now instead of being a rather entertaining, useful dumpster fire that's rolling down the hill into another dumpster fire, it's hit the other dumpster fire, and it's twice the size, and it got shot by a rocket launcher, hit by a jet, and it's about to crash into a city with a nuclear power plant in it, and the nuclear power plant has been damaged by the other jet that hit that, probably, and it's about to blow the city up. So we should all stop using Twitter. No, we will obviously trade with them until we get full advantage of all of their cool toys, and then we will fight with them. You're too old for Twitter? I literally just have Twitter because of this job. Like, if I didn't stream full-time for a living, I would not be on Twitter. And these days, all I really do is, like, occasionally respond to questions and, retweet things. Mostly Kit Fox things. Speaking of, like, they just announced, chat, if you're going to Gamescom, there's going to be a Dwarf Fortress meetup there. So if for some reason you want to meet Zach and Tarn, you're going to Gamescom, go to the Fey Mood Society in Gamescom. Is watching from his Tesla Speedster from space. We should fire him to space and just don't let him come back down. It'll be great. But we're through the ads, so let's dive in. So you've selected a very large area. Choose a smaller area if you experience, like, You have selected an area with a light aquifer, and you might need, and it might need to be pumped out or carried away. Prepare for the journey carefully. All right, so we need a good name. That's priority number 1. We need a good name. Birds Rip. Mm-hmm. Huh. You know, it's... Has anybody ever done that? Because, like... No, we were going to call it Bouldersgate. Yes, Bouldersgate. Bouldersgate. That's what we were going to do. Boulders... No. Boulder... Gate. Boulder Gate. Yes. No, I just saw the word rim and I was like, I wonder. Although the funniest, okay, the funniest fortress name I've ever seen generated was oh, actually, yeah, there it is. Bulbous. Bulbasaur. That was probably the funniest one that I ever saw generated. I just saw it on the overworld. I was like, hey, it's a Bulbasaur. But no, we're gonna do Bouldergate. Bouldergate. I can't add a third. There's no numbers. I mean, like what I could do is I could make our symbol a 3. Bouldersgate tree. Nope. Yeah, I can't do a hyphen compound without an adjective. I don't like putting a "the" in the name of the fortress. It just feels wrong. Boulder as the first adjective. Bulbous is the only option I have for adjective. Boulder is not an adjective. I don't like the tree part. That's it just doesn't feel right. Third is not a dwarven word. So I think we're just going to call it Bouldergate. And then the... I mean... Sure. And the symbol... Ah! I'm very creative. Don't tell anybody, chat. This is a secret between you and us. And I know that game's very fun and people enjoy it. Okay, just let me have fun here. And then shape. Can I do a pillar? Oh, spike? No. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so... Oh, come on. Okay, an image of 3 tall crosses. Rack of princesses, don't worry about it. You're a boob fortress, Troopin' Panda. Bah! Yeah, I'm not gonna call it the boring game. That's mean. The fun fungus? Boring fungus. Hold on. Amazing fungus. Game. The amazing game. Image of 3 crosses. There's the 3 in there. And we're Bouldersgate of the Dungeon of Dragons. No, it's fine. I didn't come up with it. The game did. It's just the most convenient closest fort, okay? Or faction, not fort. That's the wrong word. But I'm very happy with our naming of this. Okay, so we are Bouldersgate. Okay, so our settlement is very creative and unique and original, right? The group name is the Dungeon of Dragons, also very creative, unique, and original. Do not steal. And our group symbol of the Rack of Princesses is an image of 3 tall crosses. Have we committed to this enough? I don't know what the theme of this fort is yet, really. Aside from that, we're on a volcano. So, I would say imprisoned dragons, but like, fuck if I know if we're actually gonna get a dragon. I think initially we trade with the Dark Elven pits, and then we go to war with the elves. I think that's how this goes. Throw enemies into the volcano. I mean, that's just going to happen. That's not really a goal, but yes, sure. If you want to say that. Create a sacrificial death cult. I've done that before. It depends on what our gods are like, though, and what this faction is like. One hell of a battle. You can catch them in a wooden cage. Drinking of Seaman. I mean, at least you don't need to worry about your calcium intake. And or rather, no, not calcium, your protein intake. There you go. Lega, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back, and thanks very much for those paying subscriptions, helping us get ever closer to the 70-30 split. Bouldersgate, 3 crosses, the Dungeons of Dragons, yes. Being really on the nose with this one. So much on the nose that you can't even see the nose anymore. Now, what the heck do I bring? What is this faction? Does this faction have anything fun? Why can't I find... Oh, I see, because I'm smart. Do we have anything fun? Nope, just camels. Camels are the most interesting thing. Although reindeer are pretty fun. At least this was an easy naming for it. Yeah, true. The Dungeon of Dragons is like the only proper group name for Bouldersgate. Stone mugs? Why? I think your suggestions are terrible. Like, genuinely. If you can start... I've never seen an octopus in Dwarf. Not once. I know they exist. I've never seen them. Yeah, I'm thinking turkeys. We'll bring toikies. And because it is tradition that I've been breaking for a while, I'll bring a goose. The intergalactic guard goosey. I'll bring a kitten. I don't understand the connection between Dark Pit and Rack for donkeys, Nox. Bring some dogs. Some quackers. You know, I never, ever, 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 ever bring cows, so let's just bring 2 cows. That leaves us with 133 points left. We'll go over here, and I'm going to bring an extra anvil, because fuck if I know if we're actually going to be able to get, like, iron. And then I'll just put the rest of it into booze. And I got 1 point left, so you can go into, I don't know, a plump helmet, please. Bring a gosling and name it Ryan. I mean, why? It won't be a gosling for forever, though. Why am I really tempted to give all these dwarves some, like, useless skills? Like, let's give them all points in crutch walking. Or, like, comedian. Thanks for the $2.50, suited giraffe. Or you can be a comedian and persuader. You can be a diagnoser and liar. One of those jobs is useful. They're lying about their skills at diagnosing. A schemer and pacifier. And a student who's very flattering. Intimidator, judge of intent, appraiser. We'll put you into appraisal, organizing, record keeper, conversationalist, and comedian. And conversationalist and comedian. What's wrong with me, Doc? I don't know. Why would they ever know? And because I don't want you guys to miss much once we get in game, I'm going to run a set of 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. And then we dive in. Although if we run into Batman, we're screwed. I brought some schemers. What's up, IDZ? Bunch of clowns on the Volcano fort, pretty much, yeah. We are a very funny fort. Can you make a comedian? I don't think you can make a comedian. Also, so someone found a divine metal anvil on year 1 in Dwarf Fortress. That's kind of awesome. What do schemers do? They scheme. Naturally. Who programs in a Lisp-like language? No, a schemer is somebody who is more likely to take part in criminal activity in Dwarf Fort. So if somebody tries to convince them to steal something from your fort, they're more likely to be like, yes, instead of, no, I value the law, that kind of thing. But you can't imagine is useful for dwarves without computers. Not with that attitude. Is the problems tab where you find the dwarves? There is no problems tab? I'm very confused. So it's more like gullible? No, they scheme. Schemer town counselor. It's like, you shouldn't feel bad that I took your stuff. All right. We ready to dive in, chat? I think it's time to post a round of beers or dwarf with pick, if you happen to have those emotes. Because it's time for the earth to be struck. And hopefully not crash. Ah, perfect. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Lead Sastres. Lead Sastres. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt plow or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the saltwater crocodiles get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Bouldergate. Strike the earth. And allow me to remind you that our faction, like our local dwarven government, is called Dungeons of Dragons. So we are right here. We are the Dungeon of Dragons of Bouldergate. And we are completely surrounded by dark elven pits. The Enchanted Leopard. And the dark. Sorry, there's two dwarven or elven groups. There's the Seasons of Cobalt, who we're actually allied with, and then the Enchanted Leopard. The Seasons, No, we're at peace with them, with the Seasons of Cobalt. We are down here. This is our faction, and then there's this elven group, which is the Passionate Deer, who we're allies with. There's the Tower Book. That's not even remotely telling. What else do we have? Armor Season. That's a good name. How many years World Gen? 139. Not that many. Yeah, my mouse wheel's still being fucky. But that's a pretty nice one. God, there's sand like right there. Oh, that's fantastic. So that's our volcano. Goes all the way down here. Let's unpause the game for a few seconds. See what we have on the map. We have storks and dingoes. This one's clumsy and recovers slowly. You know, that checks out perfectly for a stork. How about you, stork? No official position. He often neglects his own well-being, having no interest in material goods. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger and perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is quite ambitious and he is stubborn and he tends to act alone without considering the advice of others, and he is very humble. He finds obligations confining and is quite polite. I mean, necromancers pop up as soon as necromancers pop up. I have no real semblance or idea as to how long they take. It just depends on how long it takes for a villainous character to decide they want to be a necromancer. But yeah, no, there's quite a few necromancer towers. Not a ton. This also isn't that early. Everybody always asks me, it's like, it varies wildly from world to world, right? What, being able to read animals' descriptions? I mean, everybody wants to be able to read the personality of a duck. I mean, come on. She obviously feels the need to pay back any favor done for her, and she feels best when everyone gets along without the least bit of strife or contention, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. And she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and yeets himself into the chat with a tier 2 subscription for 7 months. Thank you very much, Shark Jumping Walrus. Appreciate you, mate. Did the old fort go wrong? I mean, it's not done yet. I just need a change of pace. I've technically got 2 old forts that are, like, unfinished right now. I've got, I have Machine Waters, which is unfinished, and also Burn Vault. But I'm probably just going to, you know, get rid of Burn Vault, most likely. So this is all sand. That's Daysite. There's Galena. Well, it is shallow. I don't know. And this is always going to be my answer when you ask questions like Lanix. Because genuinely, I don't know. It changes wildly from world to world. Is it usual for a tower to not be hostile? It's probably just not hostile because nobody in your faction has attacked it. Is that usual? It varies wildly. It's not unusual, but I don't know if I would say it's usual. Man, I'm actually going to need to start using my keyboard to scroll up and down. It's funny, someone was literally asking me yesterday, it's like, have you gotten a new mouse yet? And I was just like, no, because I cleaned it with a toothpick and it more or less fixed itself, but I'm going to try bending this wheel this way again. Just cheap, and I don't feel like buying a new mouse wheel. Yeah, now it's working fine. Yeah, I saw the post on Discord. There we go. Now I can scroll up and down. Also, is Spango here? Because I do owe you a dwarf still. So I could just start them auto-mining. Shush you. Don't want anybody fishing. I will give 2 dwarves, not my expedition leader, picks, so that they can go begin mining. But this is a very important initial step of where do we place the fort? And also, where is the aquifer? So there's a light aquifer in here somewhere. This is quite the cliff, basically, here. Kind of thinking maybe this should be the entryway, this hole. I still owe you a dwarf, because you redeemed a dwarf that day where I rage quit stream. So, which dwarf you like? Unless you want to wait for more options later.
Finally had the time to get into DF in Steam. 10 hours yesterday. Thank you for all your videos.
Holy shit, Potato King, it's been a minute. We were talking about you a couple days ago. Because we were just like, we haven't had the consortium of potatoes in the chat for a bit. Could you have the doctor, please? Sure, the diagnoser. You're prone to Discord, I'll have you know. And you're also a doctor holding an axe, which is kind of amazing. He revels in chaos and discord and encourages you whenever possible, forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Money in the chat. Thanks for the $2.50, Suited Giraffe. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and doesn't often feel lustful and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he is stubborn, and he tends to think before acting, and he often acts with compassion, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he enjoys the company of others. God Attenho? Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crud weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior and disregards tradition. He likes cinnabar, bismuth, and rock crystal, apricot wood, and llama wool bone. And llama wool and pigtail and fabric, and the color light brown, backpacks and horses for their tresses, and the sound of the flowery tress, and when possible prefers to consume beet plants and perry, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his long mustache is neatly combed. Dwarf Redemption should be up unless it's still on cooldown. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his lips are thick, and his deeply recessed square chin is scratchy. Wait, what? He has a deeply recessed square chin, and he has a scratchy voice. That's what I missed a few words in there. His nose is narrow, and his ears are somewhat narrow. His copper skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray, and his eyes are cobalt. Why is it always the cute spiders? I don't know. Brown recluse spiders I understand not liking. You worship Saigon. Do you worship Saigon? Rithel? Lanix, thanks for the 5-pack of subscriptions, helping us crawl back up to 800 subs. Looks like you caught several people who've been lurking in the chat today as well, including Vinsati, who's on his 32nd month resub now. Also, sorry if this seems like I'm taking a while, but there's a lot of space that I could dig, so I'm trying to choose wisely. I think this corner could be entertaining and fun looking. It's the multiple eyes, methinks. I'll have you know. Jumping spiders are adorbs. Okay? You can't tell me that I'm wrong. If you disagree with this, you are wrong. They are adorable. Where's the top of the water level? The top, or lava level? Right here. Layer 51. I already see down to -10. So, yeah, right here. I mean, a possibility would just be cut this out and build like a weird suspended structure up here, but that would be very time consuming. Like, very time consuming. But we do have sand up here. It's nice. Well, I think one of the first things I want to do is I want to cut down all the trees up here. This top side. Tobes, thanks for the 5-pack. I'm pretty sure that does get us back up to 800. Cheers, mate. Like, seriously. Means a lot, dude. With things that have more than 2 eyes. Oh, I mean, arachnophobia comes from the fact that spiders will, like, literally kill you in a lot of places in the world. Like, it's a legitimate phobia. I'm not knocking it. But those spiders are cute. I mean, like, I walked outside last night at about 11 o'clock at night, walked through a spider's web, looked at my arm, had a spider the size of, like, I don't know, about that big on my arm, and just kind of, like, picked it up onto my finger and put it onto the wall and kept walking. Like, I'm sorry I just displaced your home. That's my bad there, bud. Okay, I really like this canyon. This canyon is real nice. I think we need to do something in this canyon. Like, at a glance, we've got silty clay on this side. And this is, like, mostly silty clay. But I'm thinking we wall this off. Like, clear this if... There's even, like, a puddle down there. But, like... I mean, people are phobic of snakes, too. But, I mean, that's where phobias come from. It's like primal fear, right? Which I get it. I mean, we have, like, black widows here sometimes and brown recluse, but they're all pretty uncommon. Well, okay, so we have to build... Okay, here's the rule with this fort. We have to build a really cool gate. That's the thing we all know for certain, right? We have to build a really cool gate. Chucks, Buck, and Snuck. Okay, what kind of dwarf would you like? Actually, here, I'll give you the list. Which dwarf suits your fancy? Around 5 inches long, huge for US standards. There's a joke in there somewhere. You'll have the clerk? Okay. You have crossover orb weavers here? Orb weavers can be awesome. I love orb weavers. Chucks, Buck, and Snuck. That's a long name. The clerk has an utterly languid pace of easy living. Calm and slow. Finds chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Bud, what? And isn't particularly curious about the world. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He enjoys the company of others and has an active sense of humor. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds romance distasteful. He likes mudstone, bronze, and green zircon, llamas for their wool, and hydras for their 7 heads. And the words of the musical desert, and when possible, prefers to consume moth. Where was I? Prefers to consume moth, papaya wine, and giant tapir's milk and barley flour, and hates large roaches. Eats moths, though. What a dwarf. Feels fondness when speaking with a friend. Moths. I mean, obviously regular-sized tapir's milk doesn't hit the same. Have you ever eaten a regular-sized tapir's milk? I mean, come on. So this is all just like boring as heck silty clay over here. Cashew tree roots. Clay. This side's all the fun materials. Okay, so I'm thinking our front door is gonna go, because I really like this flat wall right here. I'm thinking we could very easily fill this whole thing down here up with lava, right? This on the left side is basalt. So if I remove all these trees out of here, chat room, thank you very much for the hype train with the 13 subscriptions and $38.50 in bits. If we, because we have to build a cool gate, right? Because we are Bouldersgate. Bouldersgate. If I cut down all these trees in this hole here, we could build a big bridge thing across here and have our entryway like right here. And then section off this canyon up here and make this into like some above ground living space. We could also do 2 towers up here. Wall all this off. This could be pretty rad. Well, I mean, if you starve your dwarves, they eventually gain this this habit that they do, which is hunt for small creature. Which is basically, I'm starving to death, so I'm going to eat random cockroach and spider on the ground. Like, every now and again, you get a dwarf who prefers to eat spiders. 3 towers, even. So, you do occasionally get dwarves that are just like, prefers to eat spiders. Which is kind of funny. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26. Something like that. Will volcanoes erupt eventually? Volcanoes do not erupt in Dwarf Fortress. Like, at all. Period. Unless you make it erupt, yeah. There's like 4 dogs that just randomly started barking. There is a bug that can cause volcanoes to erupt, but pretty much, yes. They are just an easier way to acquire magma forges. And lava, just in general. Trying to figure out where to put what. Let's just let them dig into here and see what we find. While I go down to the bottom of this and start chopping down these trees. Because we're going to annoy the elves a little bit in the early game. And you know what? They're going to come and complain to us that we're going to have to ask you to stop chopping down these trees. And the dwarves are going to smile and nod and be like, yes, no, we will definitely do that. But the production of glass must continue. So how else are we going to keep making clear glass if we don't have charcoal? It's just very important. We need it for our industry. That's so convenient, just having sand like right there. Let's see what animals we have here. Hearing bad girl outside now. Dogs are getting scolded for barking. And then the elves call us butchers. Well, hopefully they sell us some cool animals first. I mean, we've already hit Galena, so it is very rare mineral occurrence, but we have already hit Galena. So there is that. Red sand right at your doorstep? Yep. Yes, it is. I don't know if I'm going to go for that red sand in particular, though. There you go. And that can be the beginning of the glorious constructions of this fortress. We can make lead flasks or glass flasks. We're silver and lead. Yes, Galena is silver and lead. Armor will be an issue? Potentially. Potentially. For some reason, you like to make lead bins. I like making lead barrels because I don't really need to move that often, and then your brewer always ends up being like mega strong, which I find personally kind of hysterical. I'm going to throw a stoneworker right here and a stoneworker right here, and I'm going to make a carpenter right here. Oh, absolutely. We could do things with minecarts, yeah. But one thing at a time. I'm thinking, right, what we're going to focus on early is getting a good supply of glass and making pumps. I think I'm just going to use pumps. And pressurize some pumps, because you can do fun things with pressurized pumps. We'll start worrying about other things later. Let's get some rock blocks repeating. Make table. 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 Throne. 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 And then blocks. On repeat. And you just make bed, 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 bird, bed. Done. Funny fort name. Well, yeah, the fort name is Bouldersgate, and the site government is the Dungeon of Dragons. We were kind of considering calling it Bouldergate Tree, but that was like too on the nose, and no self-respecting dwarf would put the name Tree in their fortress title, so we stepped away from that one pretty quick. Let's just pasture our animals here for right now. Yes, I manually named it. We manually named it. Good name for an elven city. Well, apparently we're allied with some elves, but apparently. Okay, so let's go down to here. We got more trees to chop down. These ones have all been set to chop down, because we are clearing this area out. Because this is just way too easy, so we might as well just, you know, make it into a... We're going to sculpt this half of the mountain, I think, is what's actually going to end up happening here. So I have a question. Do you know how trees communicate in real life? They communicate via the mycelium network, which is how you can end up with living stumps. You can end up with trees that get no sunlight, but those trees are being fed and taken care of via mushrooms underground, so that those other trees can, you know, get nutrients and stay alive, even though they, by all accounts, should be dead and withering due to lack of sunlight. So trees need mushrooms. So in my headcanon, the reason that the elves care about mushroom trees is because that's how they communicate. You're cutting their internet cables, man. So yeah, of course they count the mushroom trees. Yeah, mushrooms are pretty cool. I see they're all pen pasturing stuff currently. It's like, my dwarf's not mining. You have to cut down hundreds of trees a year. I don't even think I've cut down 20 yet for them to attack you. Like, I built an entire fort. Ooh, we have melons. I built an entire fortress out of wood and didn't get attacked by the elves, so... You have to do a lot more than just chop down the trees. You have to chop down, like, all of the trees, like, every year for multiple years running. As a forester IRL, close enough, but it gives you a little pain to hear it explained like that. I'm trying to explain it for, like, people who don't know what a tree is, which is most of my chat, I swear. The dog is fighting with what? Oh, chat, the log has attacked the tree. We must attack the trees. They've damaged my dogs. City Slickers. Great movie, by the way. A man sticks his hand up a cow's ass in that movie. It's not totally true. Speaking of things that aren't actually done that way. Shoutouts to the 2 people in the world, or in this chat, who've also seen City Slickers. Trees kill puppies. Official news. Trees kill puppies. Now we must kill all of the trees. Something has collapsed on the surface. Oh no! My doctor is now unconscious. You're fine? You're fine. Good to see. We also need to find this aquifer, which is somewhere. Cat's got the zoomies, so that's good thing Cat is operating as intended. Trees have chemical weapons. I've seen that happening. Of course this is true. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Just gonna do this instead because I'm lazy. Especially against creepy crawlers, because they're literally just fingers. It's like, what are you fighting with, fingies? Naturally. Yes, we got diorite and lots of basalt. You prefer the cats against fluffy wamblers? Cats against fluffy wamblers is like a Dwarf Fortress tradition at this point. That is my platform. Vote me, Blind IRL 2025. I don't know. First properly cooked meals in days. What'd you miss? Cat had the zoomies. There's storks on the map that have ADD, and one of my dwarves almost died to a tree already. Nothing crazy. Oh, also a tree attacked my cat. The cat took damage from a log. Oh yeah, sorry, not cat. The puppy. Yes, the tree attacked a dog, so thus we must kill all the trees. There is no iron on this map, so we're not going to find hematite. So I just received a comment of somebody asking for tags. Hold on. I'm just going to read this comment out loud. Please, when you add procedural dwarves, add tags for skin tones so I can decide which diversity I include in my game. Okay, number one, that already exists, so you can do that. Number two, that just makes that person sound extraordinarily racist. So I can decide which diversity I have in my game. Uh-huh. Go on. But number one, that's already in the game, so if you want to be a weird racist, you can do that. Well, it's just like there was that one person who made a mod for the Steam version right on release, which I think is still up. It may or may not be, which does two things. It adds slaves and makes dwarves the correct skin color, which is white. It's like, fuckers. All right, so how am I going to do this? Probably shouldn't start off by building a massive bridge, but here we go. Cringe? Pretty much, yes. Accurate take. At least that one's funny. Rock Jitsu. Even though I will never use it, because I think it's genuinely kind of gross, but at least it's amusing. Okay, so let's... Just like most of the internet, Wiz. Oasis wants to not see black dwarves. Uh-huh. Maybe you should go back to cooking. I'm building a cool fort. I don't know what you're talking about. Our fort has a circle. Yeah, and a line. And a door. We're making great progress. And I'm building a really big bridge. Do the elevation bridge prevents from attacks? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by do the elevation bridge. I don't think that's anything like doing the Harlem Shake, so. We go and cook soon, but with Magma? Oh, absolutely. You wonder if a dwarf will pass out building that? No, because, like, they're just collecting the blocks from right there, so it'll go pretty quick. Although I might swap this bridge out for clear glass at some point. Filthy Frank created the Harlem Shake? I mean, that kind of checks out. I had no idea about that, actually. I miss when, like, the internet was less aggro and more harmless like that. You've never seen... This is just the retracting bridge. I mean, this is the drawbridge. This is just a retracting bridge.
Blind finally playing BG.
Yeah, I'm playing Bouldersgate right now. Or Bouldersgate. My bad. Same game, right? Bug. The hottest game that everybody is play, where you can fuck a bear. Can someone knock it down? I mean, theoretically. Yeah, and this, well, no, this is actually Bouldersgate the Third, because our faction our fortress's local government's symbol is 3 crosses. So, this is the third. And also, our local government name is the Dungeon of Dragons. Don't worry about the fact that we're also the Rack of Princesses. This is not a booby fort. You're a booby fort. Anyway. Yeah, dragons can burn down any bridges, though. That's not a bug. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I misread the can't part. Depends on the creatures. It's certain demons can, and some creatures are getting their deconstruct abilities back. Forgotten Beasts still can't, though, for some reason. Dwarves are very happy considering they don't even have beds yet. Seen tombs toppled by cave crawlers? Yeah, it's working better than it was. I still haven't seen anything toppling a locked door, though. No, I don't know why you said no offense there. You're not wrong, was the god. I mean, I used to be a 4chan frequenter, so yeah, no, there's always been assholes on the internet. Because this might be a shock to you. There's people on the internet. The game's saving, so you're not missing anything. There's people on the internet. Thus, by logical next step, there are assholes on the internet. Also, I'm going to run an ad because we're saving. It's good timing. Gonna go in a minute anyway. I'll just pause the game once done. You'll be excited when I get to Bouldergate 3? Well, okay, got it. I do have, jokes aside, I do have no intention of streaming Bouldersgate 3. You guys enjoy that game on your own time. Will we be dropping boulders at the gate? I don't know how I could, like, realistically do that, but I can try and figure out something. This is a new world. I haven't retired Burn Vault yet, but I will probably do that tomorrow. Because I'm not sure if I want to do another full day of Burn Vault, because I'm kind of burnt on Burn Vault. But I don't really want to do a stream where it's just like, I'm retiring Burn Vault. And that's it. So I think we'll probably do Burn Vault as like an evening game sometime this week and just finish it up. Just do the last stand against Hell and all that and then move on. Speaking of, for those of you who missed the beginning of the stream, this is my next lore video. So that's why I didn't upload anything this morning, because I'm working on a bit of a project. Should be out in a day or two, though. Many pages. 143 of them. I mean, it's publicly available, Shady, so it's not like it's leaked. It's an old Dwarf Fortress story. By old, I mean 2016. Can you clip then, please? I mean, go nuts. It's 21 minutes long already, and I'm through the first 30 pages in the recording. Planning, yes. Recording yet? No. But all I gotta say is if I start putting as much time into the lore vids as I am with this one, and then I guess also probably Boat Murdered, they have to get more than like 5,000 views, otherwise they're not worth my time. So we'll see. It's very much a test. Let's do that. We're gonna have a lava moat. Stupid. I'm probably gonna have a lava moat for this fortress before I have beds. Boat Murdered was your first what the fuck you need to play this moment, and did it live up to the hype? Is the important question. Kaniche, is that how you say that? Thanks for the Prime subscription. Enjoy the Dwarf emotes and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Appreciate you, friend. You started playing this game a week ago on Steam and you're trying to learn? Well, good luck. You need help, I can help, or chat can help, or the Discord server can help. This game's not that bad to learn these days, though, I don't think, compared to what it used to be. How do you protect your forts after breaking into a cavern? Lock the door. Or soldiers. I don't really want to know. You know, this is how I feel whenever some random person starts telling me about their day. I don't really want to know. Like, genuinely, I really don't want to know. Before you decide to start a new fort? Well, maybe you just like starting new forts. That's completely legitimate. The game just hitched. Does that mean Peregrine Falcons? Ew. And a weasel? Well, this little fucker. It's a noodle cat. Lots of people like starting new forts. There's nothing wrong with that. Tame the weasel? Eh. Name him Noodle. before you move on to the next one. If you do them all in the same world, you'll have the same dwarves show up. And that's one of my favorite ways to build forts. You really like executions and sacrificing. Where did this, like, strange interest that you have come from? It's slightly concerning. You might need to speak with your therapist about this. I had no idea what's the thing. Oh, what, the dwarves show up? So Dwarf Fortress has okay, so you guys know about the Nemesis system, right? Dwarf Fortress has had a better, more developed version of the Nemesis system since before the Nemesis system was even thought up. So, you know. Just saying. Just Google it. Ranger Rick. Long story short, it's a thing in the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games. That's all it really is. Hey, bridge number 1 is done. Time to make bridge number 2. Visually interesting place. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this one too, considering it was like the first volcano I embarked on. It's a very aesthetically pleasing location. Also, like, about to run out of boulders. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to real quick make a dorm. Just so that the dwarves have somewhere to sleep. I mean, we're early summer, so we should have beds. Also, what's up, Finn? How's things, man? That's wood. Yeah, you're right. It does need some work. A nemesis is a record that links a historical figures and identities to a unit identifiers. In other words, it keeps track of what abstractly happens in the off-map historical figure. Yes. Wood bridge over lava? I mean, it wouldn't actually be a problem. More just a bit awkward. Also, I think this is maybe the biggest map I've ever done. 7x7. What's investments? Don't worry about it. And if you do, you'll figure it out eventually. Does seem to be running a bit slower than Burnvault. It is 7x7. I'm also doing a lot of channeling right now, which is, I think, where the disabling is coming from. Because, like, channeling tends to, like, have the frame rate of the game for some reason. Like, removing layers of dirt is very frame rate heavy. Regardless of the age of the fort. Like, you could have 20 dwarves on a small map and it'll make my frame rate, like, dip. Like that stuttering that this dwarf is doing is largely because of that. Lava moat. Yes. And I'm thinking maybe like front door lava waterfall? Because that'd be fun. Some migrants have arrived. Why in the world? Let's see what we get. We got a wood crafter, 2 children, another miner who brought their own pick. How nice of you. Oh, probably. Up to 12 dwarves. $12 is fine. We can deal with 12. We can work with that. Migrants love the idea of channeling out a great lava moat. Yeah, totally. One thing at a time, but I'm not against the idea of statues of boulders and gates. But yeah, once we're done channeling out this lower level, it'll speed up quite a bit, I think. I mean, the easiest way to build defenses here would just be to have walkways on either side of these with boulder traps on them that just make enemies fall in. But no, I think next priority after we get this bridge done and hooked up to, well, I totally forgot to make that into an actual thing. Once we get the actual, let's go down here. Once we get the front door and the bridge done, I think the next priority is a farming setup, a brewing setup, and some sort of tavern somewhere. Lava falls? I think lava in general is just the best defense. This fort has very rare minerals, yes. Let's go down to there. There is a little bit of galena on the surface, but I haven't even touched it yet. Game's hitching. Okay, so I guess I missed the aquifer. Actually, how deep does this fortress go? Let's see. Minus 129, and we go all the way up to 67. No, this is a brand new world. Brand new world. New world, new fort. I should probably retire Machine Waters, honestly. But, cancels dig channel, trying to find path. That's probably why the game laggy. Okay, well then they come over here and they finish all this. Yeah, I have. It runs at about 100 to 120% faster than it did previously. It was like a 15 to 20 frame rate for it on the old CPU. On the new CPU, it's a like 60 FPS for it. But it's still just a lot of very big, large constructions, which isn't the most entertaining to watch, I find. Yeah, no, that's Machine Waters. Scary hen. That's Machine Waters. That fort's still alive. It's not dead, like I was just saying, but it's just that fort's just a bunch of really dumb big projects that I can finish, but it'll just take like, I don't know, 20, 30 hours of me just like watching Dwarves build a thing. You might get an upgrade CPU. These Ryzens are pretty fucking crazy with Dwarf Fort. Just make sure you get a big cooler. Well, I want to say, like, Linus Tech Tips just put out a video about why you shouldn't buy a CPU cooler. But I just want to say that I don't know if I agree with that. Buy the biggest, chunkiest CPU cooler you can afford. Just let it run cool. And then came the other projects, yeah, like the tower that we built. And the weird machines we tried to build. Oh shit, I just got a brand new patron. I don't know what their Twitch name is though. So if you were that person who just became my patron, please send me a message on Patreon with your Twitch name and I can give you the sound commands. All right, so these bridges are done now. We can now channel out this side. And we can smooth all this. I can cut out the edge of this as well. It would be quite the sight to see in person, certainly. Okay, let's go up to here. I don't know if I actually have that many boulders around, but we might with all... Actually, we probably do with all the stairs. And now they're going to start using the bridge. Holy crap, kiddo, you got fuzzy hair. I like it when dwarves have curly hair because they just have like random little afros. It's just kind of funny. So cute and floofy. Exactly. What's up, Clever Clever? Excited to see this fortress grow? Hell yeah, dude. I'm assuming welcome from the YouTube side of things. It's been kind of surreal, actually, from my perspective, having like a growing or bigger, I guess, not huge, but bigger YouTube audience because like, you know, I've streamed for a very long time and I've never really had much of a YouTube audience. And so I'm very used to people tuning in and being like, holy shit, somebody's streaming Dwarf Fort. And I'm not very used to people tuning in and being like, I've been watching your stuff for the last 6 months. Hi. It's good to catch you. It's like, I'm still not used to this. Has the new update come out with more faces? No. I mean, it's going to replace this. There have been no updates, actually. Everything is just currently in closed testing right now. My videos taught you about statue gardens. Statue gardens are one of those like weird, they're kind of useful, but also kind of not that useful things. Like, I'm not going to go start claiming that they're not useful. They're very useful. They're just maybe less useful than they should be. I am cool, Dan. What dwarf do you want? You can literally see them all right now. Who you want to be? Point and name. Finger a dwarf. Okay, well, what dwarf are we giving cleverer? What dwarf? What do you think? Miner? Stoneworker? Kiddo? Which one do you want? Errol or Zuglar? You came from YouTube? This is true. You did come from YouTube, Stone. When the YouTube channel was a lot smaller. Zuglar? Okay. You're fuzzy-haired lady. And you're 14. Clever. Clever girl. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to act with a narrow focus on the current activity and finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She can handle stress, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and clicks her tongue repeatedly when she's annoyed. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds introspection to be important and doesn't really care about art one way or another. She likes selenite, aluminum, and jelly opal. Coconut plum wood and shields, and blue peafowls for their coloration and oysters for their beauty. And the sight of the periwinkle blossoming, and when possible, prefers to consume white-spotted puffer and white-spotted puffer, wine, and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. She has her very curly hair is extremely long. Her nose is extremely short. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair and her ears are somewhat short. Her hair is chestnut, and her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are bronze. And she likes selenite. Wait, no, I already read that. And have you killed anything? Nope, I haven't killed anything. Your mom is English, and your younger sister is Errol, the other kid. And you're euphoric due to inebriation, and you have poor focus. And you're sickly. But you're creative, and you've got good analytical ability, and you value introspection, and you have high stamina. There we go. All caught up. Also, I wonder if it's just New Fort Day, or if it's because we're starting to get towards the end of like summer, because I'm starting to see people pop back in that I haven't seen in like 2 months, which tends to happen on Twitch, at least on this channel, where like half my audience will just go MIA for the summer and then everybody starts like crawling back in. Sounds like a soldier in the making. Kind of has that vibe, yeah. I don't like the fact that you're currently doing this job. Clever. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Well, thanks for helping us hit that 350 this month. We got it last month, and we get it this month, then we'll get that 70-30 split from Twitch if we hold it for this month and next month. If we get 350 paying subscribers basically every month from now until beyond in the future, we will get a better split from Twitch. Should be real nice, frankly. Servers are pretty busy. All right, so I'm going to... I need to make a... still. I'm going to have to move this pretty quick, I suspect. Spitalier, thank you very much for the 46th month. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well. The bot just decided to beer everybody all at once. It's okay, bot's drunk, don't worry about it. Kids running by. It's loading screen time. So I kind of have this problem where I don't really know where to put anything. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend like the next 15 minutes just like plotting out a very large area for the fort. It's like clever in game. What? Has an afro and is drunk?
Woo!
My phone would like to inform you, chat, that today is International Cat Day. So, meow? I don't know what else to say about that. Apparently. I'm also not sure why Chrome just sent me that notification. So, pet your cat, I suppose. I don't own a cat, so.
Here's to International Cat Day.
Yeah, everybody's favorite holiday they didn't know existed until 90 seconds ago. Thank you for the 8th month. Welcome back, True Freak. It's preposterous. I mean, it depends on who you're asking. Are you asking cat or dog? Because if you're asking cat, every day is International Cat Day. If you're asking dog, well, then cat is the enemy, and we must chase cat. So it's probably still International Cat Day. As a dog owner, you can confirm cat is the enemy. Old man gone home. Yeah, old man went home a while ago. I know. Old man's been home for like 2 weeks. Week and a bit. I saw the old man yesterday, though. Should probably make a dining room. But what I'm going to do is we're going to brew a drink from plants. Just going to make a little stockpile right here. I always say this. This is my temporary food stockpile. This is going to be for all kinds of food. Except for seeds. My temporary food stockpile. We'll see how permanently the temporary food stockpile sits there. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the Rack of Princesses is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. How do you like our bridge? We have a bridge. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Call it temporary. Yes. And also, how to assure you maintain great relations with the mountain home. I'm just going to not trade with them this time, because I literally have nothing to sell them. I'll sell them things when I, like, you know, have stuff to trade, which currently I don't. I can't sell them my bridge. They can admire my bridge. Very fine bridge. Chat, I know that the trade caravans will never fully respect my bridge, but do you like my bridge? I have 1 fish to sell. That is not true. That is a very valuable food source. I'll have you know. We certainly cannot. Looks bridgy enough. Well, that's good. We haven't named it Jeff yet, so it obviously can't be that good. It's so long and sturdy. There's a joke in there somewhere. I see you're finding all the good emotes, Clever. Jeff is the glass bridge. True. It means you can't wear a dress and stand on Jeff. Unless you're just very brave. I don't know. Can we alter this bridge? I don't get the joke. Is there wordplay in there? I missed it if there is. Diplomacy. The leader of the fortress, Urvad, meets with the outpost liaison, Ezum, and they say, I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. What request do you have of a merchant? What kind of animals do you have? Literally nothing interesting. Boo. I will ask for gypsum plaster. And, iron. That's it. They want tanned hides and fish. Okay. There's a band called Alter Bridge? Huh. I've not heard of that band. Awesome. We have Gabbro. Which is actually very awesome. The gift of Gab, bro. Yes, pretty much. Some migrants have arrived. Why? There's nothing to migrate to. So let's do this. All the way up to the top. And this all the way down to there. Volcano start, always fun. Always fun. Can confirm. Very fun. Much fun. Fun for the whole fun family. So I'm going to scream at the fact that we have way too many dwarves, and it's time to make a mayor, or not a mayor, a manager. So, manager's office is going to be right here. I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to give them a table. Shush game. I don't care about your goddamn tutorial. Manager. Chucks, Buck, and Snuck is my novice organizer, so you get to be the manager. You can also be the... Well, no, you don't get to be the broker. Expedition leader gets to be the broker. And you can be our record keeper as well. That'll give us access to a lot of other useful things. And I'm going to make a lever right here, which is going to be called Lock the Door, and it's going to be connected to these 3 bridges. And it's going to lock the door. We are now up to 20 dwarf. There's a lot of dwarves. We're going to go all the way around here. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to mine this out. Because it just needs to fill up to this layer. That's all it needs to do. Yeah, we'll just let it sit. And I can make ways of draining it later if I need to drain it. Okay, so I'm going to queue up a work order. Yeah, I know. And we're going to make Floodgate out of rocks. So rock, Floodgate. Going to make them out of Gabbro, and we can just do 10. Also going to do rock mechanisms. And we're also going to make them out of Gabbro, and we're just going to do 10. Just use base salt. Basalt, base salt, bath salt, you know. I'm also going to try my damnedest to actually do this safely. Nobody's been hit by a rock yet, so that's a good sign. Basil salt? Ooh. I'm actually down. That sounds delicious. What are you doing, Dwarf? Did you just dig yourself out? Well, nobody's been hurt. Oh no, I've got a peasant who's possessed. Well, that's a shame. Probably just want a crafts dwarf shop if I were to assume. Presume. And let's cancel these and cancel these, because I don't need those being made on repeat anymore. Also, Grinding Saffron is for certain my new band name, by the way. So for this, we're just going to channel out all of this walkway, and it's just going to flow into this little stairway here. It'll be pretty safe to build, and this is going to be how we are going to get lava down to where we need it. So they're going to do that. They've removed the top layer of the stairs, so they're not going to try and pass through that. And this will be a relatively safe-ish way of doing this. I do have some Glana in there, too. Means I should probably save that, because that's pretty rare. I'm going to make a stockpile up here. And it's just going to be for metal ores. Let's do wooden floodgates. Okay, sure. I don't see why not. Sounds like a great idea. Besides, we're still updating stockpile records, so we don't even have those yet. Also making rice beer, I think. Got maize beer, prickleberry wine, rice beer. Chad, have you ever had rice beer? It's pretty good. Had a rice beer. There's two different brews that make a rice beer. One of them's a lager and the other's a pale ale. Very mild flavored beer. It's quite pleasant. Is petrified wood magma safe in Dwarf Fort? If it is, I believe you, but... Just Budweiser? Okay, have you ever had good rice beer? Allow me to ask that question, worded slightly differently. Front door. You'd rather have a coffee? Word. Almost not a coffee. Sapporo? Sapporo's not a good beer. Keyword there was good. Sapporo's an okay beer. I don't think it's particularly good, though. Let's go down here and go... Game? What game? I actually have some opals. Yeah, there's some Glana down here. And this can be our forge as well. Yeah, we're going to have a lava forge set up and constructed for sand and metals before I even have bedrooms. That's going to be how this fort's going to go. That's absolutely how this fort's going to go. You did the same recently? Speaking of the same recently, what's that strange mood dwarf doing? You're sitting on that. You're saying, oh, you want bones? Tanner. And I will set... brain. Let's eat a duck. Yes, Volcano's refill. Not the water buffalo. We have a breeding pair of the water buffalo. Who wants to be an artifact? I want an artifact that quack. Literally just wants bones. Apparently the duck is inaccessible. Or was inaccessible, so it got canceled a few times. Maybe the duck was in a tree. You would like the mayor to be voted on by the stream's chat. That seems relatively low impact in a way which could impact the running of the game. I think that any greater control over gameplay by the streamer's chat would be detrimental. Over things as such integration would... honestly, I don't really want any Twitch chat integration for Dwarf Fortress ever. But that's just because I personally really dislike Twitch integration for games. And what's funny is, like, if you actually talk to streamers, the only ones who actively play games with Twitch chat interaction, they only do it because it pays money. Like, it's literally just, it's a money thing. And none of them actually enjoy it. Like, every single time I've talked to streamers who actively use Twitch chat integration for games, they're just like, oh yeah, no, it sucks. So, there is that. Vast majority of, maybe not all. But the thing is, like, if you have one, like, small, non-detrimental or, like, destructive form of integration, then, like, you're just gonna have crappy integration as well. It's really tricky to get good. It's really tricky to do well, and also it's one of those, like, all or nothing kind of things. If some person makes a Twitch integration mod for Dwarf Fort, then somebody else is going to make it awful, right? The duck's been slaughtered. So, yeah, I don't know. I personally don't want any Twitch integration for Dwarf Fortress ever. It was one of the reasons I stopped... I started to dislike streaming RimWorld, and I don't want that to happen with this game. I mean, I would like it if Twitch had drops for Dwarf Fortress. That I'd be okay with. But I don't even know what the fuck they would do. So... Building a little arch there for no particular reason. Dropping mugs? Is that what you're suggesting? An image of a DF drawing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I personally think that a lot of that stuff just kind of ruins games. So. An early migrant that was a legendary engraver, so you made him single-handedly engrave everything from then on. And he was always elected mayor, and you like to think he was just engraving his vote from the ads all over. This image sponsored by Urist. This drawing sponsored by Urist. Vote Urist. If you haven't voted Urist, have you thought about voting Urist? Remember to vote Urist. Equals user selected engravings. I mean, I suppose. Bones, yes. Do you want... Okay, you need more bones than that? Okay, fine. I will slaughter 2 turkeys then. We'll do that for you. The thing is, I want to fill this up with lava, but in order to be able to fill it up with lava, I need a bunch of stone in a stone stockpile. I kind of don't want to just leave all this gabbro down here. Got away? Oh no, really? You almost got a gremlin and it got away? That sucks. Sucks that it got away, but... Happy New Fort Day? Happy New Fort Day. I'm gonna make... wooden wheelbarrows. Let's just do 15. I'm gonna make a big ol' boulder stockpile. And then they will fill this up slowly, and then I'll just delete that stockpile once this lower area down here is done. Because really, I just need all these dwarves storing stuff in stockpiles. Okay. We got our artifact started. Got turkey hen bone. Duck wasn't enough. And then you right here, you cut gems and repeat. This is not going to get old for a while. The peasant has created Eshen Raz, a turkey bone bin, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. Well, I guess we have bins in the fort. It's been 1 week since you dwarfed with me. This is a turkey bone bin. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. This on the item is an image of a rice plant and turkey bone. I mean, that's basically the only thing that's really happened here is we've cut rice plants. But anyway, Bears, what's up? How's things today? Define dwarfing with somebody? No. Could have called those bridges Nokia, connecting people. You know, I never actually had a Nokia. I had a Samsung. Actually, no, yeah, no, I had a Samsung slide phone. And then I had a Sony flip phone. After the Samsung slide phone. But I never actually had a Nokia indestructible monster phone. This is going to be a pretty cool fort, I think. And then I'm just going to go here and do this, 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 and this. You remember when you got your LG Triton and or the screen slide up to the landscape? Oh, you had one of those? The landscape with the full keyboard? My ex had one of those in high school. You build an archway under that bridge for decoration? Can I? Yeah. I mean, I kind of already put one up here at the end. But if I put one underneath, then it's going to make it less effective as a bridge. I already kind of have one on the end here, which I'm kind of planning on putting statues on or something. So I could, but it wouldn't be the most practical thing in the world. So I can get rid of this. Mostly because, like, if I... Oh, shoot, a dead dwarf? No, just turkey. I had to butcher some turkeys for an artifact. For that artifact bin. Population hasn't dropped, so... Yeah, no, all good. No, it's fine. People are permitted to miss portions of the stream. And then be like, what happened? What happened? Ah! Or whatever. I just imagine that's how everybody who missed any portion of the stream sounds. You had to clean coffee out of my cat. Okay, so you can't just say that and not elaborate. What the heck does cleaning coffee out of your cat mean? Is your cat Garfield? Or Creme Puff? Or is that just a very good typo? Your cat stuck her entire tail into your coffee mug. Oh no! Was it hot coffee? 'Cause that can't be good. Sorry, but this is a comic strip. This isn't real life. Ow, poor cat. Yeah, I'm not surprised you had to clean coffee off your cat in that context. That's really sad. Well, happy International Cat Day. Which apparently today is. All right, let's get all of these dwarves just hauling boulders up there. Remember there was one time back when I had cats living here, one of the cats that we had managed to get her tail stuck in a door. She rubbed against the door, which started it closing, and I was sitting in like the shower at the time. It was the door to the bathroom. She rubbed against the door to the bathroom and it started swinging closed, and then stood there with her tail out, and the door closed on her tail, and like not hard, but like it bounced off her tail like it was gonna crush her tail, and she screamed the way cats do sometimes and immediately shit herself. It was one the hardest laugh I ever had at that cat. You love the entrance to the fort? I mean, it's Bouldergate. We have to do something good. Oh, really? Okay, I missed the first half of that. Of the cat getting like the tail in the coffee. I completely missed that in chat. I'm doing an okay job reading chat today, but not a great job reading chat today. Just had to wrangle her down and clean her tail. I mean, sudden hot coffee on tail must be unpleasant for kitties, so. Seizing up. To move hold world and save files to different pages, the only thing you need to save the copy is the world folder. I mean, not even the world folder, just the individual regions, because you just need to know what region number it is if you just want to save a particular world. But yeah, no, I'm literally the only folder you need to move is the save folder. Yeah, that's it, and it should it'll transfer seamlessly. You know, it's kind of funny. Like, the reason we don't have cloud saving on Steam right now is because the save files can get too large. To give you an idea, I went through my Dwarf Fortress install recently and deleted a bunch of worlds because I had 27 gigabytes of installs, and one of the worlds was 14 gigs. So, Dwarf Fortress saves can get big. Which would also be, like, especially problematic for somebody with, like, a data cap, you know? Not even an HD movie. But still, though. How do you encourage the dwarves to use the wheelbarrows? You make wheelbarrows, and then you click on the stockpile, and then you click on the barrel, and then you turn up the number of wheelbarrows that stockpile can use, and then they'll just use it. They'll use wheelbarrows if they're available. Wheelbarrows are our friends. Wheelbarrows are more efficient than minecarts. So yes, I agree. They are in fact friends. Yep. No, I mean it's been in since the very beginning of this version of the game. You can just put infinite wheelbarrows in the stockpile, but they do take up space in your stockpile. So if you have a stockpile with 10 free tiles and you put 40 wheelbarrows in there, it's just gonna be full of wheelbarrows, and nothing that you actually want in the stockpile is gonna end up in the stockpile. Usually less deadly than minecarts. Usually. Yeah. Keyword here is usually. In fragrance, what's up? Calcium Crypt doesn't respond to wine. Never has. Don't whine about it. You have a dwarf who, from time to time, is leaving blood on the ground. Is the dwarf healthy? Any clue? Their clothing has blood on it. And then when they get rained on, it falls off. It's that simple. So I have this comment on my second YouTube account, which is just so inspiring, is the comment. That's the comment, right? And the YouTube channel is called Buy YouTube Views, and then a website where you buy YouTube views. I've left it there for 3 days, and I'm probably just not going to delete it because it's nice having positive comments on my videos. I don't know, but it's nice to be told that I'm inspiring. It's just funny. I don't know. They're probably really inspired. Totally. You have a second YouTube account? Exclamation point YouTube to get links to both of them. VODs go up on one, everything else goes up on the other. I really hate this about YouTube though. I can't get rid of this guy's face. If I just sit on the dashboard, I just have this twit here all the time. It drives me nuts. I idle on my following on Twitch while streaming instead of like idling on the YouTube dashboard now that that dude's face is there all the time. Block element in uBlock. I don't use uBlock. I use a web browser with built-in ad block. So I don't like uBlock personally. Real funny. Hey man, you should see the name of our faction. Or not our faction. Well, I guess our faction too. Our faction is hysterical. Our faction is definitely the Rack of Princesses, but our site government is the Dungeon of Dragons. Oh, there's always just a dumb face there. What on earth? What on earth? I think what in the Forgotten Realms is what you should actually be saying. I just need these boulders to get out of here. I think I'm going to do this the easy way. And then also most of the stuff that's down here once they're done mining all this out. Gotta go get ingredients for chicken tacos for Dindin. Ooh. Well, you enjoy your chicken tacos. Go get those ingredients. Am I making a gate of boulders instead of blocks? No, they're not being made out of boulders. But we will use boulders in some way for defense. I mean, we kind of have to. Maybe I'll just make a minecart shotgun that does nothing but fire out boulders. Just one of them. Just a single minecart shotgun that just fires out a bunch of boulders. Or we could just use catapults and throw boulders. That would actually be like the smart way to do it. The mechanically intended way to do it. Right. We're also going to use this method to get rid of most of this wood. There's a tree. How dare you grow here, tree? Don't you know that this is about to be lava plains? Stupid tree. Can you build trebuchets in DF? Nope, just catapults. Catapults and ballista. Chuck's, Buck, and Snuck, the manager has been possessed. Confused Whip. It's like Miracle Whip, but way more confusing. Has claimed a carpenter's workshop. No self-respecting dwarf would put the word tree in their title. And also, we weren't able to go Bouldersgate tree, so it would have been Bouldersgate the tree. Which also doesn't work, really. Betting on a wooden bed, that would be very funny. Actually. Potato, which woodcutter do you want? We got Iden and Arab. Oh, Dad. All right. Devilish potato. She is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and she relies on the advice of others during decision-making. She is quick to anger, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she can handle stress. She tries to keep her things orderly, and when she becomes exasperated, she clicks her tongue, and she blows out her breath when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is somewhat disgusted by romance, and sees competition as reasonably important and does not really see the point in working hard. She likes daysight and gold and blue jade and hair leather and wolf bone and gems and haunts of shadow for their horrifying features. And the sight of the skirts of wonder, and when possible prefers to consume cacti and parasiter and broad beans, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. I don't know why Potato likes to cut wood so much. I just know their type. Her very long hair is braided, and her aquamarine eyes are slightly sunken, and her hair is dark chestnut, and her brown skin is slightly wrinkled. Welcome to Z Fort. You've never killed anybody. You're married to Kulet, the peasant. You have no kids. You worship a bunch of gods. And you're hauling some gabbro currently. By the same reasoning, I'm waiting for Blind to make a library in the fort again. True, because you're a forester. I learned that about you today. So there is that. Okay, so we're going to connect that. And we are going to grab another floodgate, and I'm going to check in on that strange mood dwarf. Need what? You got 3 logs and basalt. Bars. Oh, you need metal bars. All right, well, we'll just finish this. I'll just build a furnaces, magma smelter. Put you right there. Get a gabbro. Make gabbro mechanisms, link building to trigger. Hey, Potato, what are you eating? Cactus. What? Potato opens their mouth and blood pours out. Here's the thing, right? Have you ever had cactus fruit? It's quite tasty. Just saying. It's quite tasty. Okay, so we just need to get the last 2 of these dwarves out of here. By getting the last few of these pieces, these boulders out of here. We need to get this constructed. And then we just need to close this and then get the lava flowing in, and then we'll have forges. And then we can start smelting stuff. There's several cactuses that are pretty good to eat. I mean, isn't... I might be wrong here. Isn't agave a type of cactus? Because agave is pretty good. Many great formats to have agave. Okay, well, there you go. Agave is a type of cactus. So, yes, cactus pretty good. Tree, goddammit! Keep popping up. Once fell on a cactus as a toddler. Every single time I've gone to a desert, I've stepped on a cactus. With the exception of the most recent time, actually. The last time I went to Las Vegas, I did not step on a cactus. And all the cactuses were flowered. Which was pretty cool, because it rained like a few days before I got there. All of the cactuses were like blooming. You sat on a cactus when you were a kid? Ow. I used to go up to, what's it called? Kamloops twice a year. And they have these tiny little cactuses. They're about yay big, but they're covered in these awful spines. And I used to go out there for kayaking events when I was in sprint kayaking. Every single time I went out there, I managed to just completely impale my foot on cactus spines. Peyote cactus? That sounds right. A dog is fighting with a gator. We got an alligator on the map. Apparently dragon fruit is a cactus. Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Used to live in Arizona where you would occasionally... Oh, shit. Wait, never mind. Okay, never mind. We're fine. I thought I connected it to the wrong lever. Or you would occasionally go to Phoenix, to the outskirts of Phoenix, where there's a single saguaro cactus and a chain link fence in the enclosure, and I always wondered what happened for that. But there, on the outskirts, there was a single saguaro cactus on a chain link fence enclosure, and you always wondered what that cactus did to go to prison. I mean, yeah. We'll call this, lava floodgates. And the game saving. Good timing game. Gators do indeed like lay like 18 eggs at a time, yeah. But I have like a dozen turkeys, so half a dozen turkeys more like. So this should close. Just need to get them both closed. And there it goes. So now that they're both closed, let's just make sure that there's no dumb dwarves in here. There's not. All right, let's get the lava flowing. So we can save our manager. So I don't think this is going to overflow into my fort. If it does, that'll be kind of awkward. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. Definitely. Mm-hmm. That's filling pretty quick. Oh shit, we're out of drink. I'm also not like farming anything anywhere, so I should probably tell them to go out here and gather plants again. Too busy focusing on this lava to like be worrying about farming. You know, it's like, I know how lava works, so it shouldn't overflow, right? But I'm always nervous that it's going to. Always nervous that it's going to. Without fail. It's more of a succulent than a cactus. Same thing. I refuse to believe that those two things are any different. You never get it? Well, I mean... Yeah, same. Grr. We see the lava flow like an aquarium? I mean, yeah, we could. But I'm not going to be replacing these. Maybe this flooring, but certainly not that. Just auto-muted after plugging in headphones. Technology is weird sometimes. That is weird. This is, in fact, a volcano start, yes. Because this is very much a volcano. It's a volcano with lead and silver and sand, and we have very sparse metals. It's over, Anakin, I have the high ground. Very few would be my guess. There you go. It's begun a mysterious construction. Excellent. The real question is it over, Anakin, and do you actually have the high ground? Because that's what I've been wondering. Oh gosh, your Wi-Fi is having a seizure. That's not good. Stop blinking bright lights at it. I failed to assume, but if the invader fell, you would assume it's over. It's definitely over, and you do if you have the high ground in this kind of situation. Let's see. Are you going to overflow? Fuck me, I hope not. Why is there a tree there? God damn it. Okay, let's also get all of this stuff down here dumped. Chucks, Buck, and Snuck, the manager, has created Ziz Kazmel, a cashew wood statue, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. Okay, that's kind of cool. How often do you get a wood statue artifact? This is a cashew wood statue. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image in cashew wood by Chucks, Buck, and Snuck. The artwork relates to the destruction of the Wilderness of Release in Bouldersgate in the midsummer of 139. It is encrusted with rectangular basalt cabochons and encircled with bands of silver. This object menaces with spikes of orange wood. On the item is an image of M. Baithate, the Goblin. Bait hate? That's just what, you know, drama streamers do. M. Baithate, the Goblin, and Gisu Bothered Moral, the human in cashew wood. M. Baithate is cringing, as they tend to. And Gisu is striking a menacing repose. The artwork relates to the slashing off of the Goblin M's Baithate's first toe on their left foot by the human Gisu Bother Moral in the early summer of 63 during Karatherafe, the savage assaults. On the item is an image of a dwarves in orange wood. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Bouldergate by the Dungeon of Dragons in the Rack of Princesses in the early spring of 139. It must have been some toe. Oh, it's definitely some toe. Well, let's place it there, I think. Actually, maybe not there. Maybe just like at the end. Certainly a treasure. I'm gonna queue up some lead furniture, I think. Why are we dumping all of that wood? I'm getting it out of the hole so I can fill it up with lava without burning all the wood so I don't have to chop down more trees. I mean, we don't need it right now. We'll need it soon. Won't take too long to dump it all. I had a drink made of cashew apple once. I've also had drinks made of coffee apple, which is interesting. Like I had a dried coffee apple tea once, which was quite tasty. It's like, I mean, we could just burn them all. Yes, we could in fact do that. I'd just rather not. Just feels wasteful. I mean, I'll probably burn these ones on the upper levels, but... Coffee tea? I mean, don't think about it too hard, okay? Pro tip, don't think about it too hard. An appropriate name for the times? Mm-hmm. We already have a pretty good gate. It's not made of boulders, though. So false advertising, I apologize. No thoughts, only Dwarf. I agree with this statement and support this message. So I'm kind of considering just letting the fort run for a minute and going and grabbing myself some lunch, some early lunch, because it is 1. I do have some boiled eggs, which I want to kind of go eat and put them in. You didn't get fired? Yay for not getting... Wait, why would you get fired? Why were you going to get fired, Orange? That's concerning and mildly confusing. But why were you going to get fired? What did you do that would have gotten you fired? But congrats on not getting fired? To be paid properly. Oh, that sucks. Christ, well, that's good. Why would you get fired for demanding to be paid properly? All right, I think I'm suddenly on the side of, fuck it, let's just burn all the wood. You're lining up a new job? That was fast. Where are you, like, what kind of, where are you going? Because you've been at that job for not a super long period of time. But yeah, no kidding. Get paid properly. And there it goes. So we've been in this for less than a year, or a year, and we have a lava mode. Might cancel these jobs, though. This company is about to bankrupt. Huh. No kidding. Love emote. I don't actually... Do I even have a love emote? No, I do have a lava emote, though. I used to have a heart emote, but I don't think anybody ever used it. Yeah. Oh, no, actually, that's not true. I do have this one. I have that emote. That's a heart emote, kind of. Well, this map's gonna get kind of burny in a minute. Let's see if it goes up the ramps. I don't think it will. It might. I think it'll just burn out at the bottom there. Well, I'm not sure if this is going to actually fill up successfully, so I'm going to let you guys stare at this, chat. I'm going to go grab me my lunch. And make sure that you tell the dwarves to not run into the pit full of fire, yeah? Can you do that for me, chat? For the movie industry? Oh, yeah, that would be local. That's fucked hours, though. And that's being kind. Okay, let's get that going. Jump, shorty! Dive! Looks like a great place for a game of make-believe. Well, I mean, a child does as it pleases, right? Yeah, it's still filling. It's filling kind of slowly. Oh yeah, we got tons of lava left. It's filling plenty quick. I am planning on building a lava waterfall for the front door at some point, so, you know, one thing at a time, but I'm sure this will keep filling. All right. Chat room. You guys enjoy the orange fireworks. I'm going to go grab me a sandwich. I will be back in like 2 minutes or so, and then we will continue stream. If I can get a big round of beers, and if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And, I don't know, as always, if I come back to a hype train, you get bonus points that don't matter. BRB. Oh shit, an artifact. Errol, the dwarven child, has created Remdakus. Needs more Daka. A T-wood amulet and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. You have 200 hours in Dwarf Fortress and you still feel like a noob. Yeah, that'll happen. Also, yeah, this is going to be one of these moats where I probably have to help it fill. Or just pump some lava into it, which is also an option. Although this is just as effective as a lava moat. For whatever that's worth. The other thing I could do is this, which is feather the lever a little bit. Try that first. And we're out of drink again. Let this fill up a bit. And then give it a gusher. And then let it fill up a bit. And then give it a gusher. But a T-wood amulet, eh? This is a T-wood amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval galena cabochons and encircled with bands of T-wood. This object menaces with spikes of T-wood. And this object menaces with spikes of T-wood and round lime wood. A very wooden amulet. You hope it takes longer because you really like this game and you hope to play much more. Just remember, you're only playing half of the game. So hopefully by about the time you figure out the all of Fortress mode, you get adventure mode. And then you get an open world RPG to learn. Because there is 2 games here, and we do only have one of them right now. Can I just say that anybody who sends me an email with an emoji in the subject line is going to get your email immediately deleted, and I almost don't really care what the topic is. I don't care how important it is. If there is an emoji in the subject line, I'm like 70% more likely to just automatically delete it the second I see it. Just saying. Also, hi, Bobtron. How are you? I don't believe I said hi to you yet. So thing is drying up right now, and that's fine. Let's gusher it back out. Yeah, I think we're going to need to give this thing a helping hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell our brave dwarves to dig a trench. And hopefully not melt. I think that's what we'll do, is we'll dig a trench across. Because it turns out making the lava deeper is actually a pretty good way to get it to spread better. Have a good thought from Magma Mist? No, because it's not considered a waterfall. That or I could just, like, do this safely. Let's just do this safely. I'm just going to pull this and let it dry up completely down here. And then I will just dig this trench all the way to the middle, and we'll widen it to about 1/3 of this. And that'll help it fill. So we'll just wait for this to dry up, because that won't take too long. Is the dwarf already burning? Yeah, we already have a dwarf burning. You're supposed to not set yourself on fire, dwarf. That's not very intelligent of you. You know, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this is a bit ambitious. We'll do this later. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I do need that pick back, though. Once we get a ghost, we'll deal with it. Queue up some slabs. It's the first sacrifice to the volcano gods, I say. You love the smell of burning in the morning? It certainly smells bad. Anyone who can say my hammer's, what's my hammer's issue? So explanation, I've got 2 dwarves waiting for hammering king decision, but the hammer keeps aborting the execute prisoner with could not find path. Clearly he cannot find path. Do not station him. If you're stationing him, he's not going to find the prisoners. It's probably the issue. I don't know. They burn pretty slowly. It takes them like a day to burn fully. Are they in a burrow? Yeah, I mean, if they can't find path, you can't get to him. So you need to figure out why he can't get to him. That's your issue. No burrows are active? Yeah, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Without looking directly at your fort, I cannot tell you. So we're going to farm up here. And we are also going to gather sand. You can clearly get to him, unfortunately. Well, why do you want this guy executed so bad? Maybe it's a sign. You should let him live. There we go. All right, let's do some farming. These are going to be very slow and ineffective, so might as well make a decent-sized one. And I'm going to go make seeds. And this is just going to be for plump, helmet spawn, and pigtails. That to 0. If they're in a cage, they can't get to them. Okay, so they're chained up. Yeah, I don't know. I would literally need to play your fortress to be able to give you a straight answer on that one. Without, I don't really have an easy way of telling you. Does your hammer have legs? Now we're getting to the ask stupid questions, win stupid prizes kind of level. Blocks. We'll just use Gabbro. Here come all the farms. So if I fill it all the way across here, it'll work as a, what's the word? It'll work as a lava moat regardless. That's all I really need it to do, is just to work as a lava moat. Anything else is just kind of a bonus. He's too embarrassed to ask for directions. Where are the guy I supposed to kill, though? I supposed to kill guy. Devilish Potato, the woodcutter, has given birth to a girl. So we've replaced our one lost dwarf. Rest in peace. A tater tot. Oh no. Wouldn't it just be a baby potato? Because, like, you know, you can just have baby potatoes. It doesn't need to be processed and deep fried. Maybe if I throw it into the volcano, it'll be a tater tot. Your connection got interrupted again? That's a shame. Glad it got uninterrupted? Anything fun happened? I torched a dwarf by mistake. Nothing crazy aside from that, though. Just building a lava moat. I went and got a sandwich. Chad, anything else fun happened? He torched himself. This is true. He did dive into the lava after digging underneath it. Actually, I never actually saw that dwarf. I'm not quite sure what that dwarf was. Oh, come on. Oh, that's just Gabbro. It's fine. It's just steam. It's raining, so the Gabbro is down there, and then the rain is touching the Gabbro, which is causing steam. It's totally fine. This isn't even remotely dangerous. Steam? Mm-hmm. It's exactly how Gabe Newell affords his knife collection. And his not-for-profit charity-only, like, racing team. Called something Hearts. Yes, we are releasing the steam in this fort. Very funny. We are very amusing and hilarious jokesters here. We know the humor. That's why I gave a bunch of these starting dwarves points in comedian. I mean, come on. We're so funny, in fact, I think it's very commonplace for people to subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. I mean, come on. How could you not with comedy this good? I don't even know what I've said that's funny in the last 5 minutes. Aside from telling you that we're funny. Okay, so now I just need to wait for these boulders to get removed from here. You're going to lava these jokes. This dwarf is bleeding? Why are you bleeding? This dwarf got so close to lava, I think this dwarf just got, like, their fat removed. So, devilish potato, your hubby here went too close to the lava and their blood just like fell out a little bit. They're fine though. There is fine though. It's totally fine. Just lost some blood. It's amazing that dwarf didn't die. Let's just wait for all of this to get out of here. No, you don't need all of it, just most of it. Speaking of all of your blood, there was one time when, back when I was in first aid cadets, where we would do these, like trauma setups, like these, what's it called? Like fake scenarios where we would basically just like make a setup so that it looked like a bunch of people got grievous wounds, and you know it was a good time. Like we had fun, giving people a bunch of fake makeup and then doing the first aid scenarios for said makeup. It was a good time. Like we'd give people like fake like major injuries, and we looked up how much blood was in a person at one point. Okay, because there's quite a bit of blood in a person. Now, it's about 1.5 gallons, or according to Google, just looking at it. But now I'm going, what is that in liters? Because that's what we did it. Yeah, it's 5 liters. 5 liters of blood. So we took 5 liters of blood and poured it on a person. Turns out, video games blast very unrealistic amounts of blood out of people when they die. Go, Geotrack, what kind of dwarf would you like? That's all of them. Well, actually, that's not true. There's some babies down there. But which one would you want? Reminds you that you're not eligible to donate blood? Why not? Blood grows back anyway. That's true. Swimming carcass. Swimming carcass. The username checks out. Blood grows back anyway. Zulban. Zulban. Which one's Zulban? Zephon? The plant gatherer? He is an optimist and he likes to brawl. He often feels lustful and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he often acts with compassion. He is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impediment to the quest for power. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is assertive, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and sometimes acts with a narrow focus on the current Hold on, I need to go check something in a minute. And he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he has an active sense of humor, and he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a greedy streak, and he isn't given to flights of fancy, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And he dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally respects power, and he respects the law, and he finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and does not care about family one way or another, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes tin glaze and silver and almandine and crystal glass and ostrich tooth and icahedra and scepters, and when possible prefers to consume rice beer and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You're very satisfied at work. You are married and you have a child. You're a member of the Brave Coven and you're a former member of the Rags of Deciding and the Brave Coven. And a former member of the Hollow Staff and the Labyrinthine Smith. It's a good name. You've lived in a few places. You've seen a few sights. I'm gonna go check something. I will be right back. All right, I return. I also have water in my Planet Zoo water bottle, which was handed to me at PAX, which has a few dents in it. Zoo water, yeah. See? Chat, can I get a round of beers? Because Darren used to be rich, but is no longer rich. Okay, let's give them a dining hall right here. Seems like a good spot for a dining hall. Let's just use that. Because these dwarves need some sort of meeting hall. And we'll get this filling. So this lower layer will fill pretty quick. And then once that's full, we'll see if it manages to fill up all the way. I don't know if it will, but as long as this bottom level can get full, it'll be fine. That's all we really need full anyway. Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub to Swimming Carcass, and honestly, Darren, thank you for the $5. So Darren with the $5, and Rolf gifting a sub to Swimming Carcass. Swimming Carcass, you're now a sub to Swimming Carcass. Hopefully this change in your identity is all right with you for the next 30 days. All right, so that's done. Let's go, chair, 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 doop, 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 doop. I don't have very many lead tables apparently, but that's fine. I mean, the game's saving, so. Last Crew, thanks for also gifting a sub. Cheers, friend. Humming the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack? All kinds of game soundtracks. Although recently, I've caught myself humming Get You by Eve 6 of all fucking people, and One Night in Tokyo by Beast in Black. Those are the two things I've caught myself humming recently. Well, actually, let's could just set it as an inn tavern. Yeah, I'll just set this as an inn tavern. The Blockaded Chestnut. Very small dance floor. With wood glue? How do I clean my records? With a brush, like a normal person. People make videos like that because they are shocking and people go, what? Not because it's a logical or good way to actually clean your records. Also, all these videos, I can think of one. Is it not available? It is not available. The most recent redeem was 8 minutes ago. GeoTrack just redeemed it, so it is currently not available. So I'll just let this lower thing fill up, and then what I will do is I will set it so that this this inside thing fills up again, and then we'll give it a second shot, because I think that'll probably be able to fill up both of those sides. But we want to see this in ASCII, so there it is. And this is the upper layer. This is the fort itself. They got a tavern, so chat, you know what to do. It's also Hype Train Tavern Party. I like the emote orange. The Wise Mill is an example of a fabulous luxury. The work is no particular subject, and the composition is not awful, not very good either. The fabulous luxury is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the closed realms. The rules of the form are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music, which can be played on an isil, a utast, and a 3-lural, and a konu. Can you believe it? It's Friday once again. It's not actually Friday. Okay, well, that's filling. That's working as we need it. Merchants have arrived. Early autumn. I suppose I shall make them a trade depot. And thank you for the little hype train with $5 and 2 subs. Did I not have... we'll just bring a bunch of lead goblets. We'll sell that. They want prepared meals next year. I mean, could just ask me to break the game. Also, since I have very rare minerals on, maybe I shouldn't go for gems. It's always a nice surprise when they ask for prepared meals. No, totally. It's like, hey, just... we want you to give us all of the money. Oh. It was that wood amulet. That's what we'll sell. We want you to totally buy us out next year. Yeah, we want... They'll also give us, like, even more value worth of stuff as well. All right, trade. Let's not sell the gems. Let's sell the goblets and the artifact. Which they can't actually carry because they're too heavy, but it's fine. I will buy those 3 iron bars that they brought. Got raw crystal glass, fire clay, a cow. Buy all the barrels. The copper shield. Copper helm, because armor is going to be a pain. Buy some leather. I'm just going to buy these plump helmets. Buy the meat. And some of the cheese. There we go. Trade. We respect that this is no mere trade. I gave them an artifact. And there we go. We've traded with the dwarfs. No, you need buckets to make lye. I wouldn't lie to you about that. I'm very funny. It's okay. The wiki can't? Nah, the wiki's pretty factual. So I need to make potash, which I think is made from ash. Need to make ash into potash. And then from there I can make pearl ash. Because this isn't going to be even remotely confusing. Super potent ash. Speaking of, how's this doing? It's filling? Good, good, good. Sounds like Pokemon's all over again. Honestly, Ash, Pearl Ash, and Potash is like the one thing in Dwarf Fortress that still like trips me up, where I'm like, hold on, I need to think about this for a minute. Don't even bother right now, Sad Pawn. I mean, you can make it work, but it's so busted right now in the current version that I wouldn't even bother. It used to always just be kind of fucky, and now it's just broken. So I wouldn't even bother. At least until it's fixed. Magma Fort, that's what I was looking for. Not enough lava because it's still filling this up. You know, in the future, we're going to look back on this past year of Dwarf Fortress and be like, remember that year where crossbow dwarves and marks dwarves just like straight up didn't work for a whole year? Remember that? Man, good old days. Not that we're ever actually going to look back on this fondly, but you know what I mean? You know, it's kind of funny. So I keep like my following open while I'm streaming generally, so I can see the other channels that I know that are streaming. And I know two separate people currently that are streaming Formula One Manager video game, right? You know, the Formula One management game. Which is kind of funny because one of them is playing as Alfa Romeo right now. And there's a giant goddamn kick logo in the middle of their screen. It's like, man, that sucks. Shit just sucks. You're new to Dwarf Fortress, and how often do patches come out? Good question. You thought it would be almost perfect by now since it's been going on for years? Dwarf Fortress isn't a finished game. It's not even remotely close to being a finished game. Dwarf Fortress is an inherently broken game in a lot of ways, and that's part of its charm. And how often does it patch? As often as it needs to when patches are ready is honestly the best response to that I can give you, because Dwarf Fortress patches infrequently. Dwarf Fortress is a game that patches when patches are ready. Yeah, Shen's the one who's currently playing Alfa Romeo. I really like Formula One, but that particular sponsorship feels like it's gonna go about as well as some other very close to scam sponsorships have gone in the past. But we'll see. Development is Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. No, Dwarf Fortress isn't even is like just over 50% complete with their planned roadmap. Just over. So. Okay, so I will go for asheries, and I'll put these here. Do I need to make a bucket? Or no, barrel, I suppose. I'll need buckets anyway. Let's just do... not that. This one. And it was reported a decade ago, or it's not even a bug. And what you're thinking is the bug isn't that bug that was reported a decade ago, which is usually the more likely thing. Because there's a lot of things that I'll see people being like, ah, this bug is tripping me. It's like, that's not a bug, though. You just don't understand how the mechanic works, which happens a lot of the time because the UI is poorly explained. It's like when people ask me why this, like, bug keeps happening. It's like, why? Or, like, what's one that tends to trip people up that they think is a bug? I always, like, have these on the tip of my tongue when I don't need them, and then when I need to think of them, like, they don't pop in there. Oh, it's like, why don't dwarves equip boots? It's like, well, because they can't wear shoes and boots at the same time. And people think that's a bug. It's like, it's not a bug. It's a design decision. Whether or not you think it's a good one, it's not a bug. Stuff like that. And there's a lot of those. Where, like, if you're brand new to the game, it'll look like a bug and feel like a bug, but it's not a bug. With major issues that Toady wants to add, sure. But no, the thing that I like to always remind people is Dwarf Fortress has a lot in common with Star Citizen. In that they're both extraordinarily overdeveloped games that are shooting for the absolute stars. The difference is Dwarf Fortress is the very, 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 very scrappy, frugal version that is doing it because it's a way of creating a game that anybody can play on any machine forever for free, largely, right? Whereas Star Citizen is just like the capitalism version of that. And since we're talking about RimWorld, there's almost nothing in common between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. No, it isn't. Well, I mean, it is now. But Dwarf Fortress is just frugal about it. They only have 2 full-time employees, right? Zach and Tarn. And then Putnam technically works for Kitfox. Because she's contracted by Kitfox to work. Whereas Star Citizen has multiple studios. But at least at the speed of development and its rate of completion, that part is very similar. That's where the similarities come in. Okay, now I can just close this for a little bit. Because we do have the lava moat. Yeah, but RimWorld marketing itself off of Dwarf Fortress's existence has always been a detriment to both RimWorld and, well, actually no, it's only ever been a detriment to Dwarf Fortress, never to RimWorld, which hurts if you play a lot of Dwarf Fort. Because people are always like, well, aren't these 2 games basically the same? It's like, no, absolutely not. Neither did I, technically, until I spoke with her about that last month. About the fact that she's a Kitfox contractor, not Bay 12 direct. I may actually swap a bunch of these out for glass, but... I have no idea. You'd have to ask Putnam that. Let's get to it. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to go up here. And we need to start getting sand collecting, and we also need to start getting cloth. A reliable source of cloth. And bags, for that matter. Because currently we have 2. It's already in the game. Well, first off, the whole engine's been updated to a more recent version of out-of-date code instead of just out-of-date code, and I don't know, where'd they actually put it? And where is it? There it is. Enable multi-threading. And then also, I mean, the graphics code is open source, so you can just go look at the graphics code if you want. Or you can just go reverse engineer it using DFHack, which from talking to Putnam, it sounds like it's very accurate. Anyway, there's already multi-threading, and if you've played the game in the last 3 months, you may notice a 100% frame rate increase, depending on your system. Also, just for clarity's sake, the multi-threading literally only multi-threads one very tiny, tiny, tiny portion of the game and is not, like, going to completely change the frame rate. You could have multi-threading off and, like, turn it on and it'll only give you a minor frame rate increase. The actual frame rate increase is the SDL2 stuff that's given the big frame rate increase because the game actually uses a graphics card now instead of not like it did before. Okay, so we're going to get clothing industry and cloth industry rolling down here. Oh, I need a wood burner. That's something I'm thinking, sitting here staring at this going like, I've forgotten something. Wood furnace. I have not had FPS death on a fort in like 5, 6, 7 years. So if FPS death is still a problem, you're fucking up real bad. And it's either your computer or just simply faulty fort design. FPS death hasn't been a problem in Dwarf Fortress for a very long time. How should you prep the dwarves before going deeper? Just go deeper. Just go deeper. Nothing could possibly go wrong. That's not FPS death, Sass. Many things can lower your frame rate, but you could have 500 invaders in your map, and it's not going to put you to solid flat 0 FPS, which is FPS death. FPS death is where the FPS is so low, you can't even count them anymore. And that doesn't happen in this current version of the game at all. Literally on any system, unless maybe you're using a system from like 2002. In which case, how are you running Dwarf Fortress? And also, if you do have problems with FPS with the cavern invaders, turn them off. It's literally a one-click solution. So essentially, if that's a problem, it's because you're making it a problem for yourself. Or lower their numbers. Yeah, that too. How are you running Dwarf Fortress? Slowly, exactly. You know, FPS death in Dwarf Fortress is kind of like City Skylines, right? This beautiful big city builder where you can, using mods, make your maps, 70 tiles across, right? And it's awesome having those massive maps, and I completely agree. But if you're running 70 tile maps and wondering why your frame rate's low, it's time to do some like self-examination and think real hard about why your frame rate is so bad. Dwarf Fortress is kind of the same way. If your frame rate is real bad, maybe adjust your fort size and scaling, enemy numbers, dwarven numbers, and all those settings to fit your computer a little bit better. Because if you're just going, man, the game runs like shit, and you're playing on an 8x8 map with 220 dwarves, and there's 400 invaders in the basement, it's time to change your game settings. Like, come on. Use some common sense. Which is a term I hate, but like, duh. No, it doesn't. Ranger Rick. You have a 70 tile map. Why is your FPS so slow? How did you get a 70 tile map? The game hard caps it at 16 without you literally editing your game files. Totally your own fault. I mean, this is a 7x7. This fort's going to run slowly eventually. But that's fine. I'm kind of okay with that.
Seven months and it's only the beginning. Crypt Pog.
Baka Glass, thank you very much for the Prime for the 7th time. 7 time is Prime. Means a lot, mate. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Baka Glass keeping that subscription alive? Much appreciated. Keep changing my mind what materials I want to make these out of. If you're going to whine about your game running under 60, play a different video game. If you're going to whine about your game running under 30, you might want to play a different video game. Like, that's kind of it. Really. Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't that kind of game. Dwarf Fortress is perfectly playable at 20 FPS. No, I mean, it's going to change the speed of the game, and performance increases will make the game run better, but there will be times where your game's going to run like piss. It's just that kind of game. Doesn't affect the simulation, it just runs slower. Exactly. Let's do 2 of these. We're gonna queue up cloth bags. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Yeet. We'll just queue up 100 cloth bags. See, Hobo's spitting facts in my chat right now. Although, what's the point of playing Dwarf Fortress at 4K? It doesn't have 4K sprites. It would help manage people's expectations. I mean, like, you know, people complain about Dwarf Fortress's FPS death all the time, and then when they hear that the game runs better, they go, oh my god, I can do bigger forts! It's like, okay, but please just, like, promise everybody that you're not going to complain about the frame rate. Because you're just, like, giving me high blood pressure. I mean, it's way easier to no-scope a Forgotten Beast at 6 FPS than it is at 250. Or whatever that's worth. I actually do need to deconstruct like 4 of these. That one should get deconstructed. There it goes. There we go. We'd rather have a consistent experience. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think I set a collect sand area, so let's do that now. Got nothing currently to sow, which is fine. Can we? Yeah, I will. I'm just currently trying to get this, like, glass industry rolling, but we can try flooding it again. It just needs a bit of a head start, that's all. It's flooding out and over this. What is this glowing? Some lava farm? I mean, it's not a farm, it's just lava. We're on a volcano. Also, usernames checks out. A lot of glow. What can you do with lava? Set stuff on fire? Power things? Set things on fire? Intentionally and accidentally? Make obsidian? Set things on fire? Throw things into it? Laugh maniacally? Be a Bond villain? Repeat? You can pick it up. There's several ways you can pick it up. Not that I'd recommend it necessarily. It's not like Minecraft where you just pick it up in a bucket. Can you really call it an accident when you set things on fire? If a dwarf, like, trips over and falls into the lava, yeah, that's an accident. We've got the glass industry kind of rolling now, which is pretty good. Let's also get all of that stuff dealt with. By that, I mean get a bunch more stuff harvested. Like, literally, we just need sand. We've got everything else we need to make clear glass blocks. I just need to make enough bags that they stop filling them all up with seeds. I think that's sand. There we go. We got a sandbag. But we also need the lava to be able to make sand, which currently we don't. Waiting on this madness to fill. What about pearl ash? Pearl ash has been made. Well, we have a bunch of pearl ash. What do you like this game more than RimWorld and why? That's like comparing StarCraft to Civilization. They're both strategy games. That's about it. There's really nothing in common between this game and RimWorld. The only thing that this game has in common with RimWorld is that RimWorld has this weird fetish about advertising itself using Dwarf Fortress. And so everybody who plays RimWorld seems to think they're the same game when they are completely different. RimWorld owes all of its success to Dwarf Fortress, as the vast majority of its early marketing was through the Dwarf Fortress community. And that's about where the similarities begin and end. They are very, 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 very vastly different games. Lava Lake is finally full. Not really. I mean, filling it all the way up isn't really a priority currently either. Yeah, I think I'm just going to close this for now. I would rather just be able to make my glass. Because it's either I can make glass or I can fill this puddle, and I'd rather make glass. So let's close these floodgates. Shinkat, what kind of dwarf would you like? What's the nicest part about Dwarf Fortress? It's world generation. Chat can explain that for you if you like. I've only chopped down about 24 trees, which isn't even enough to piss them off when they start demanding that you chop down less trees, so I doubt it. But we will probably end up going to war with the elves because they are the closest adversary, and they appear to have completely killed all of the goblins. Like, all these pits, these are elvish pits, which is interesting. Yeah, they did it during World Gens, so it's kind of impressive, really. Although it's probably got something to do with the fact that minerals are very rare, and the only reason elves are so weak is because they use wood. Minor no beard pref. Would you like Sodil, Vakar, or Kulet? Sodil? Okay. The least happy one. Also, happy International Cat Day. He is swayed by emotional appeals and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He could be considered rude. He often feels discouraged and tries to keep his things orderly, and he often feels lustful. He exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds competition as a crucial driving force in the world and values loyalty. He likes lignite and tin and yellow diamond and the color pale blue. Large gems and the sight of the aquamarine orbs. And hey, chat, time to ponder orb. And when possible, prefers to consume giant giraffe and hake and banana beer, and absolutely hates flies. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is neatly combed. His hanging lobed ears are very splayed out, and his eyebrows are incredibly high. He has a deeply recessed chin, and he is average in size. His nose is narrow. His copper skin is slightly wrinkled. His hair is gold with a touch of gray, and his eyes are rust. Orb, consider yourself pondered. There we go. We got clear glass blocks being made. Let's also make clear glass barrels. Can I not make barrels out of clear glass? Why can I make green glass barrels but not clear glass barrels? Anybody want to explain that to me? That makes zero sense. All right, well, fine then. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. You don't make barrels. There you go. Make 50 of those. Increase you by 50. Increase you by 50. Increase you by 50. Increase you by 50. Because you'll know exactly why the rum's gone. Would probably be the reason, actually. Making giant wine bottles? Pretty much, yeah. Although I feel like it's very rare that I actually see clear wine bottles. Most wine bottles that I spot in my life are kind of more... What's the word I'm looking for here? Like, colored, tinted, I think is the word. tinted to keep the light out. I'm sure there's some reason for it, but I can't say that I've ever actually seen like a clear wine glass. Let's get that done. They're working on it. Take them a bit. They're making clear glass pots. Grabbing the sandbag. Grabs the pearl ash. And there we go. Red sand and pearl ash. And then the clear glass pots, which I actually haven't seen until just now, look very similar to rock pots, but yeah, it's probably got some. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I know I've definitely seen dessert wines like rosé and whatnot in clear bottles. Green bottles versus brown bottles. You know, I never thought about that either. Although generally the beer I buy is in cans, so. Okay, it's gonna get sweet potato wine in it. They're brewing, done. And then they'll move it over there. White storks and a magma crab. That's fun. Let's start getting that clear glass in here. And there it goes. The glass fortress of Bouldersgate begins. We can also start making windows. I'm kind of thinking we do like some sort of rooms along here. Maybe barrackses? Well, not underneath, not in this trench. This trench is just full. So we do actually have a successful lava moat. What I'm going to need to do, though, is I'm going to need to dig these trenches around the edge here, I think. And then we'll just let it fill around the edge, and then it'll just bubble over and do its thing. But I'm not going to do that until I've finished this first run of clear glass. But no, the volcano will always replenish. It's not a concern. Also, hey, Cramp. How you doing? Man, I'm tired. It's been an exhausting 2 weeks, chat. It's kind of hard to explain. But yesterday I was at my parents' house because it was my little sister's birthday. So doing some birthday stuff over there, and just like almost dozing off in the chair I was sitting in, and my mom's just like, well, why are you so tired? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like fucking physically and mentally exhausted. It's been a really long couple weeks. Pretty sure you brought back the con crud. Go get a COVID go get a COVID test. That's what I would do. Yeah, I'm going to PAX. I'm going to PAX West and TwitchCon. Both of which I'm a little going, getting one after work, yeah. Go do that. Not like there's much you can really do about it these days, but it's good to know. You're excited? I am, but I'm not. I go to conventions for work, and not because I particularly like them. The way this looks. Okay, so you know what? We should take advantage of the fact that this lava isn't filling all the way. We should build towers in here. Yeah, I mean, obviously glass towers. What other materials would we use? Siege towers? I mean, I could put siege weapons in them. Don't know how useful they'd be. I like how Still asks glass towers like a question, and then Beres is just glass towers, like a statement. Like glass towers? Glass towers! Throw boulders? I cannot even begin to describe to you how ineffective that is. It's extremely ineffective. Boulders are not good weapons. Like, at all. You returned from your lurks. Welcome back from your lurks. Hope your lurks were good. Boulders go, oh, look, a rock, and then they step out of the way. That's actually what happens with boulders. So, like, if we use catapults, that could be effective because we could knock things off of stuff. But just boulders, like, it's not effective. I like the name of the fortress, but I don't think we should commit too hard to the boulder theme. Because if you are so bold, you might just end up being disappointed. I love it when Ticketmaster just straight up lies in their, like, description, where it's just like, your hand-picked event list. Hand-picked, it's not. But let's see. I already have tickets to Iron Maiden, yep. Already have tickets to Avatar, already have tickets to Meshuggah, already have tickets to Wolf Mother. This is more of a list of shows that you already have bought tickets to. And then a bunch of things I don't want. Like, I don't need to see Guns N' Roses. I don't need to see Kiss. I don't need to see Godsmack. Not Gobsmack. I don't need to see the Black Veil Brides. I don't need to see ZZ Top. Okay, how about this? Boulders thrown out of catapults, they're sort of effective. Boulders thrown by dropped by dwarves, extremely ineffective. Has that difference been made clear yet? Okay, these blind pots are starting to grow on me. They look kind of nice. Gold Bludgeon! Thank you very much for the 8th month, and welcome back, dude. I hope you've been doing well, all right. Do 500 each of those. So I really just need ash, I guess. It's the current bottleneck. Doing fine, slow summer? What's slow about summer? Or have you just been slow this summer? Pew, pew, pew. I'm just gonna bring them these. I'm gonna have some gems. I just want to see what they have to trade, because the elves are here to trade. New fort today? Yep. I needed a change of pace. Seems like everyone's busy all the time. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. You telling me they brought no animals? They brought a raven. Ravens are pretty cool. They're also kind of tiny. Well, I will... How much is the raven? I'll buy the raven. Nope, this is not still the same world. I mean, the other Fort Burn Vault is still running. This is a new world. The new faction. On a volcano. Yeah, we're definitely trying to work towards having more unique names for our forts. You know, things that other people haven't come up with. Stuff like that. I don't know how much galena we currently have, but we should smelt more of it. It's day sight. Man, I don't know where to put anything. This fort's just giving me this weird case of analysis paralysis for some odd reason. You know what, I'm just gonna do it this way. Very grand. That was the goal. Was to make a very grand fortress entrance. Although I don't even have bedrooms yet, which is the kind of funny bit about this entrance right now. It's like, it's this huge, epic, wealthy-looking fortress, and we don't even have beds. It's kind of like Dubai, you know, this huge, epic, wealthy-looking city, and they don't even have plumbing. It's like, well, I mean, priorities, I suppose. Migrants have arrived. well, that's brought us up by 16 dwarves. Holy fisher dwarves. Is enough to attract more people who are passing by. It certainly seems that way. Where do I put this stray raven that I bought? Oh yeah, we also discovered that you can name a fortress Rimworld. That's something that I realize. The word rim is a word, and the word world is a word. So you, in Dwarf Fortress, can just name a fortress Rimworld. We learned that earlier today. That, I think, is maybe the most important lesson from today. It was like, I had, like, rim something, and I was like, wait a second. Just typed in Rimworld, and it was like, Maybe that's something we'll have to do in the future. We'll have to do an evil fortress and, like, only have 12 dwarves and call it Rimworld. You have some lava running through your tavern. Maybe people will buy more drinks from thirst. More like more drinks out of fear. Clickbaiting Rimworld stream. I don't think anybody would actually fall for that, but it's only clickbait if it's actually, like, effective. Otherwise, you just look dumb. Although, to be fair, I will just, like, sometimes search through other Dwarf Fortress content, and I'll find these old videos of, like, what I would describe as objectively kind of awful Dwarf Fortress content, but they just have a really, really, really scrappy title, and, like, their videos all have, like, hundreds of thousands more views than mine get, and it's like, right, so you make a bad Dwarf Fortress video with incorrect information in it, and you just use this a grabby title, and then they get tons of views. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I've seen quite a few of those. Make me kind of sad. It's clickbait for you. It's sad. That's all. It's just sad. Oh, hey, we're actually using that artifact bin. Oh, right. I forgot to memorialize that ghost. My bad. Sorry, ghost. I don't know where to put it. Let's put you right there. That was the dwarf that got torched while I was building the lava stuff. Oh, it's talking with its child. Horrified being hunted by own dead mother. Fondness remembering talking with child. Well, that's kind of dark. I like how she's still technically a citizen, even though she's dead. I mean, at least you made an artifact. Imagine a ghost feeling tender. Not very sleepy. Sometimes more so, but generally not very. Ghost will be gone in a mo. There we go. Done. We've got a Craftsdwarf's claiming a Craftsdwarf shop. Already booked it off, and they've already got turkey hen bone. It's a child who's claimed it. Last time you did Ghost, the legs are broken, so it couldn't move, and it would constantly talk about how grand their bedroom was in life. Oh, that's kind of... What, did the other dwarves get upset about it? Or were they like, nah, this is fine? Child works secretly. They've grabbed turkey hen bone and round rose quartz. It depends on the loved one, I think. Like, loved one that, you know, you spent a large portion of your life with, who you miss dearly? Yeah, that would be incredible. Abusive parent? That's just a horror movie. You guys can see my coffee mug. Like that. Yeah, I would agree. It would highly, wildly depend on the circumstances of the conversation. Equals 1,000? 1,000 value? Turkey bone throne. Vubok, the dwarven child, has created a turkey bone throne and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. A turkey bone throne. I like the way that rhymes. It rolls off the tongue nice. This is a turkey bone throne. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. The object menaces with spikes of turkey bone and rose quartz. That's chicken. KFC is chicken, not turkey. If you're in a KFC that's serving turkey, I recommend going to a real KFC. Actually, no, I don't. Don't go to KFC. Just, if you're in a KFC that's serving turkey, you should be mildly confused, and then, like a normal person, you should leave and go somewhere that serves food that's actually edible. That would be my advice. Bones for the bone god? Skulls for the skull throne, or whatever? You get the joke? No, I don't, because they don't serve turkey. Kentucky Fried Rat. Accurate. Kentucky Fried Turkey. True, yes, you walked into a KFT. Also, they're not even called Kentucky Fried Turkey. Or Kentucky Fried Chicken. They're actually, like, called KFC now. Because, like, apparently calling it Kentucky Fried Chicken is, like, insensitive or something. I don't actually know. Anyway, they got into some kerfuffle about it being called Kentucky Fried Chicken. Which I think is kind of hilarious. But, you know. Bird is bird. Uh-huh. You know, I get really offended when you call me American. I'll bet you a turkey would get real offended if you called it a chicken. Are you calling me short? How dare you call me short? Kentucky Fried Pigeon. Actually, that's probably more accurate. We're going to end up with a lot of wood burners. The change was an attempt to distance the chain from the unhealthy connotations of fried. Guys, I'm going to go get fried tonight. That's actually very funny. Kentucky Fry these nuts. Yes. So wait, it's the word fried that bothers them? Unhealthy connotations of the word fried. That's funny. Speaking of funny, chat, I think we should do bedrooms. So we're going to make massive, gaudy bedrooms around the forges. Because unlike that one wiki page entry, no, dwarves are not bothered by noise in Dwarf Fortress. Receiving a phone call from one of my doctor's offices. Hold up.
Cheese for everyone!
It's kind of funny. They're just like, and you haven't seen another specialist in the last 6 months, have you? It's like, half knee-jerk response is just to say, are there others? Because as far as I can tell, I don't think there's any others that does exactly what this guy does in the greater Vancouver area. But whatever. Quick, someone eat his sandwich while he's distracted? I ate my sandwich a long time ago. It's fine. You build them away from crafting for other reasons? Eh. Oh, dwarves are not bothered by noise. There was one version of the game where they were testing like the possibility of noise pollution in Dwarf Fortress, and it was removed almost immediately. In fact, I don't even think it made it into the public branch. So go get yourself a sandwich then, Orange Jesus. Just going to remove these clear glass blocks for a little bit. Let them catch up a little bit on the pearl ash and the sand. They should still be collecting sand. Which they're not, apparently. It's the only thing this fortress has, so yeah, it is a pretty big operation. And now I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 16, 16. So, clear glass portal. Clear glass box. Clear glass cabinet. Clear glass window? Do 40 windows. 20. 20. 20. And, We're gonna have to do these floors with something. We'll just remove that. Oh, never mind. I don't actually need those. I already made those. I'm dumb. It's like, didn't I just do that? I definitely did. So up here, we can make rock blocks. Oh, also clear glass goblets. Thanks for reminding me with that statement. All right, now we chill for a little bit. Why would you hate how much it's consumed your life? Like, if it's taking up all your summer or something, just wait until fall. Like, it's not like the game's gonna go anywhere. It'll still be perfectly playable in a year and a half. Unless they fill it up with loot boxes and pay to progress or something, but I kind of doubt that Larian's gonna do that. How's your child doing? That's a weird question out of context. Still a child playing make-believe, so still checks out. Your mother's dead. You weren't haunted by your mother. You're upset after having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. And you want to see somebody named Ubal, who's your cousin. But your other cousin lives here in Vubak. Hang out with Vubak, not Ubal. You're doing all right. You're not super pissed or anything. I wouldn't say you're particularly thrilled about life, though. Once again, Sniper. Real weird out of context. Looks like my forts are a lot more efficient than yours. Define efficiency. I'd say they're actually really inefficient, but I just know what I do when I set out for a goal. I'm just gonna say, Frog for Hire, that link that you posted 9 minutes or 10 minutes ago on my Discord, that's kind of disturbing. No, I would not buy a full-size pre-cooked turkey from Popeyes. Actually, I don't think I would buy anything from Popeyes. Just saying. I will say, my favorite thing so far, I think, about Bouldersgate being super popular is that we all of those memes that we've had pop up where it's just like EA Games logo. Nobody buys single-player RPGs. And then it's like, meanwhile, single-player RPGs, and it's like 500,000 concurrent players. It's like, yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like to see that. Rotated chicken? What direction was it rotated? Kobold's trying to steal my stuff. They just want good single-player RPGs. This is true. They don't want over-monetized, like, tosh, essentially. What's so great about the newest Bouldersgate? It's a good RPG from what I've been told, but also quite buggy, and I've heard that the UI is bad, but apparently the writing is good, so I don't know. I don't really play that type of game, so for me it's kind of just, oh, that exists, cool. But, Larian makes good games. Baldur's Gate is a legendary franchise and a rule set that everybody understands, because if you even remotely self-identify as a nerd, you've probably at least played a D&D once. So most people know the real rule set. It's a good representation of said rule set, so I don't know, makes sense why people like it. You played a D&D one night and you smoked pot. Do you worship Satan now? And have you sacrificed 12 children yet? Because if not, you clearly haven't fully succumbed to the satanic panic of the demonic D&D. Sorry, it's hard to say that with a straight face. I smoked the devil's lettuce and played the D&D, and now I worship Satan. Although, unironically, I do listen to Ghost. Need to have friends that want to play D&D with them. Yeah, although here's the thing. I would rather have friends that want to walk up a mountain. So, like, you know, if playing D&D is, like, the only thing my friend won't do, then that's kind of a boring friend, in my opinion. Good luck, Perez. Have you ever heard the term hiker's midnight? It's 9 p.m. Because you're on top of a mountain and you just walked for 7 hours and then spent an hour setting up camp and then cooking dinner. Early to bed. Don't really have... If you're properly camping, then... Yeah, you don't really have any energy to do shit like play fucking D&D. Expedition leader Irvad meets with the High Counselor Ikgil Kupaksuin. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The humans. Okay, what do you have for pets? Well, they have hedgehogs. I think Pink Fluffy Llama is still here. Smaller mountain? Well, it's time to request some grizzlies. We need a lot of grizzlies in this fort. Blocks and seeds. Okay, we'll trade with you next year when you bring grizzlies. Also, I live somewhere where we don't really make mountains small. But I guess the portion of this sentence that you're missing is I really fucking hate D&D, so like... I've played it, I don't like it. It's almost no interest. Laya Froggy, what kind of Dwarfy do you want-y? Hold up, just let me click this button, and then I will show you the list. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this terrible website. Over 30 shops and services now from Mount Unpleasant East Van. Tweeted in 2016, still not a condo. And you know what? As of last time I checked, they're still not a condo. See, as of 2022, still not a condo. In 2020, they didn't have Santa, only sadness. This is a very good Twitter account. It is Worth going to this Twitter account just to look through all of the tweets of the Kingsgate Mall, because whoever the fuck runs that Twitter account is so bloody unhinged, and I'm pretty sure they either actually work there or just live really close to it and constantly go to that stupid goddamn mall. Is that fluffy kiddo still unnamed? No, the fluffy kiddo is taken. The fluffy kiddo is clever. Is there any other curly-haired dwarfs? There's no other curly-haired dwarfs. Just the one. Yeah, okay, allow me to elaborate. I don't like tabletop RPGs. Like at all. You don't have an account? Oh, really? Can you not look at it without an account now? Oh, that sucks. Actually, no, it's probably for the best. That's how you get hacked. Don't even sign in. Just yeah, you could use Knitter, not Twitter. Does Knitter still work? Because if Knitter still works, that's kind of crazy. Hold on, let me go to Knitter. Wow, it does. That's wild. I thought Knitter would be dead by now. Here's Knitter. It's not Twitter, don't worry. Any beardless kiddo will do. Okay. Do you want the older pissy kiddo? Do you want a baby? Which one do you want? I think it's several. What's Knitter? It's not Twitter. It's just a way to view Twitter without having a Twitter account. And if you link your Twitter account, then you can view Twitter without any algorithms, which is also kind of nice. Pissy one's gonna be funny. Okay. Froggy. She is prone to strong feelings of lust and has a very calm demeanor. She's intellectually stubborn and rarely changing her mind about things during a debate, regardless of its merits. So she's like Ben Shapiro. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is slow to trust others. She likes to take it easy, and she can sometimes act without deliberation and confidence. She values perseverance, and she is a friendly individual. She can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. There we go. And she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she can handle stress and will generally act with a narrow focus on the current activity. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of raising a family and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Values romance and finds artwork boring, and dreams of raising a family. She likes zinc, smoky quartz, mule hoof, shields and amulets, and pigs for their snorts. And the words of the belted barricade and the belted barricade of tresses. That's a long name of a thing. And the sound of the luxurious sparkles when possible prefers to consume papaya wine and rope reed seeds, and absolutely hates large roaches, which we have everywhere in this fort. Her quite dense hair is extremely long. She is average in size, and her eyebrows are quite high. Her heliotrope eyes are slightly wide set, and her hair is light brown. Her skin is cinnamon. And your mother is dead, and Clever, the fuzzy-haired one, is your little sister. Or older sister. Yes. Welcome to the fort. Also, seriously, I'm pretty damn close to just deleting my Twitter account. The only reason I haven't fully done it yet is there is still some value for me to have it because of this stupid industry I happen to work in. If I didn't stream video games on the internet for a living, I would have gotten rid of that account by now. I would have gotten rid of it probably like 8 months ago, actually. Maybe longer. I'm going to keep calling, just like I'm going to keep calling Facebook and not Meta, I'm going to keep calling Twitter and not X.
Island Kinum and happy planetary rotation state.
We need to teach her how to pronounce Ilan Kinim. But, happy back at you, matey. Hope things are good. Mark. It's just owned by Meta, sure, but their parent company is still Facebook, and I don't care if that's technically wrong. Okay, am I out of make potash? Am I missing clitter? Boy. Yeah, I don't know. The fact that Twitter is just called X now is very, 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 very funny because I don't care how cool Elon thinks it is. The reality is, it sounds like a porn site. It reads like a porn site. And when you don't know what it is and someone says, follow me on X, it sounds like nothing. It's terrible marketing and literally is probably the worst branding decision swap I've ever seen. So, like, I don't know. Everything about it is bad. Do I also get the Xbox? Oh, that's the other funny thing, though. You know, Merc, is like they're going to get sued by Microsoft probably because Microsoft owns the word X for the Microsoft Xbox backend. Or rather, they own the trademark X. And so does Meta. Meta also owns a trademark for X. And for once in my life, I felt like I was slightly on the side of Mark Zuckerberg when Elon announced that the cage match between Zuck and Elon was going to be streamed on X, followed by Zuckerberg saying, shouldn't we stream it on a more reputable platform that's actually likely to make sure that the donations make their way to charity? Because it's supposed to be, proceeds are supposed to go to charity for that thing. He's like, why don't we, do it somewhere where, the proceeds will actually make it to charity? Which is pretty fucking... And he tweeted that, too. That was on Twitter that he said that. Or X. He's like, shouldn't we do that on a more reputable platform? It's the first time I've ever been like, you know what, yeah, I'm kind of actually on the side of, billionaire asshole number 1 instead of billionaire asshole number 2. Imagine trying to look up a Twitter. I feel legitimately kind of bad for the dudes over at X videos. It's yeah, it's a porn site, but they have spent a lot of time and resources and money building that brand. It's not the greatest adult site, but come on. When the worst person you know makes a valid point. Pretty much, yes. Very much that. It's well, you're all shitty people. Congratulations, but Anyway, Merc, thank you very much for the 13 months. It's good to have you, dude. Thanks for helping us achieve that 350. Some migrants have arrived. I don't know. Honestly, when it comes to making sure that stuff makes it to charity, Twitch is probably the one that I would trust. But I guess I'm a little biased there, so... I certainly wouldn't trust Facebook, much to Zuck's dismay, but he can Zuck it. I don't even care if that doesn't make sense. Okay, so now there's no way back up for this dwarf. There you go, that'll do. So once this is done filling, we can try dumping lava into here again. Yeah, I mean, if you can't legally do something, change the law, right? Like, that's of course the logical decision. Got an artifact being made, and we're also stuck in heads, so I have to be mindful. Twitch already has a built-in, like, charity system thing. It's just not very good for the way that me and my team runs our charity events, so we don't use it. But if you want to, like, raise money for charity by yourself on Twitch, it's super easy. You just go click a button, and then all of the bits, and you can set it for bits, sub revenue, and hype chats if you want, so you can do all three. So people can just, like, click a button and donate to charity directly through your channel, and you don't ever see that money. So Twitch already has all that stuff built in, so I would actually trust Twitch because it's already proven to be accurate and work. That to the corrupt judge, an army of lawyers that are gonna prove you wrong if you try. Sure. Works furiously. Excellent. All right, let's see. Currently, I can't get down to this side. You down there. You down there, and then you down to there. Oh no, the woodcrafter has created Agostensir Schuslamet, a coconut palm crown, and offers it to the Dungeons of Dragons. Knock that out. Get this side filled.
Hey, folks. Ooh,
Hey, Clino.
hot sauce on the grass. Dangerous.
It's a little spicy in here. Do you like my fort name? It's Bouldersgate. Very unique. Original name. And also, the local site government is called the Dungeon of Dragons. Also very unique original name. I also, as part of that, figured out that you can name a fortress Rim World. Just for, you know, all, like, peak stupid. Legally distinct fortress names. All right, so speaking of legally distinct fortress names, let's build the base of a little tower here. You appreciate all the little jokes? What, the Dungeon of Dragons and Bouldersgate? There's no jokes there. This isn't funny. This is very serious dwarven naming scheme for fortress. You know, actually what I think I'm going to do Yes, the one and only The Dungeon of Dragons. Because there's only one. Like I said, very unique idea. Serious game stream up here. Very serious. When have I done anything that isn't serious? I think one tower will honestly be enough. Could do two, though. For a city skyline fort from Paradox, I don't think I could do that. Sniper, why are you squinting at me like that? What did I do to you? Anyway, how's things? Also, hey, Celestars. Clino, how's things, though? How's your weekend been? It's good to see that, stuff finally got posted, but I won't be able to cover it for a couple days because I'm currently very distracted with important content. And by that, I mean, like, making a video about Archcrystal. For those of you who haven't seen this yet, chat, you guys have seen my lore videos, right? Those nice short lore videos that I've done to kind of test the water with lore videos to see if people want them. You know what I mean? Well, I'm currently recording a video of this nice little short story right here. Did you get all that? It's going to be on the test. Written and, written and verbal. There we go. It's a memorization test, so if you didn't get that. Yeah, I've recorded the first 30 pages and the video is already going to be 20 minutes long. But I think I'm just going to go fucking balls deep lore YouTuber and just make like an hour-plus long video. I think I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to quietly upload a full-length movie. And it better get like 20,000 views or I swear to Christ. So this is a coconut palm wood crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with coconut palm and encircled with bands of lead. On the item is an image of Cybrek Rasproofs, the dwarf and dwarves in coconut palm. Cybrek Rasproofs is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cybrek Rasproofs to the position of king of the rack of princesses in the year 1. On the item is an image of a tunnel tube in cashew wood. On the item is an image of soaked burries, the fragrant band, the coconut palm crown in Gabbro. Oh, we haven't actually dug down there just yet. It's legendary, but not boat murdered. It's actually like almost twice the length of boat murdered. It's not as many words, but it's more pages. It was also way longer than boat murdered. I think it's also, what? This is the worst article ever. Ah, yes, it is, number 3 in Kotaku's 8 best Dwarf Fortress stories we've seen. Number 3. Or it's the 3rd on the list. I don't know if that counts as number 3. Remember when, Steam Edition for Dwarf Fortress mock-up images looked like this? So much different. I liked the zombie beak dogs a lot more, though. Oh, well. And the zombie cat. Zombie cat's pretty peak, honestly. Okay, G-Fin. We'll see you later, dude. Thanks for saying goodbye. It's definitely that time of day where people start to phase out and go to bed and get tired and do their thing. Wasn't that when a bunch of tiles were actually just ripped off? The tiles weren't ripped off. The color palettes were possibly ripped off. It was one of those where, like, the suspicion was too great to, like, risk it kind of deals. Forced perspective of the wall? I mean, that was never even pitched. The only thing that they did forced perspective on was the, or no, that was never even pitched. The only forced perspective stuff was like, mods. I mean, there was a very brief period of time there where, Meph was like prototyping forced perspective on walls, but that was very quickly pointed at and gone, hey, that's actually just like literally you tracing somebody else's tile set. What the hell, dude? Oh, the trees. Okay, yeah, they did do the forced perspective on the tree stumps, yeah. All right. So we've got the start of one tower, so I can build a tower up from here. Question is, should I do another tower? Let's just try filling it. Let's see if this will fill. Ready for some gushers? At least we can fill this moat up all the way. I mean, you kind of have to do forced perspective on the characters. If you didn't do forced perspective on the characters, then it would look like Rise to Ruins, where it's just like or then it would look like Rise to Ruins, or like Songs of Six, where you just see like the tops of their heads and their shoulders, and I think that would be worse, actually. Like I'm not a huge fan of that style. That's certainly not for Dwarf Fort. The dwarves have arrived. They're here to trade. Right, yeah, they want meals, so I should make a kitchen. A gorilla is fighting? We're hunting gorillas? It's not... The Matrix isn't the best sci-fi series. It's the best anime. Come on. Well, that's kind of awesome. I was wondering where my meat was coming from. Too soon, man. Too soon. Picks out for Harambe. All right, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Please just bring me iron. They want splints and cut gems. Username checks out, Gonzo. That one didn't even get a bed yet. I need to fix that. And there we go. There's 16 bedrooms. At least we have some now. I was gonna say, why does this one just belong to a random naked person? Actually, that's an ape. Yeah, I mean, that is quite literally correct. That is, in fact, an ape, not a monkey. I'm just gonna let this, like, flow here fill up. I wonder if gorillas would be a decent, like, trapped, whatchamacallit, critter. Like, if it would be good for training. Bet you they're probably pretty good livestock. Scatter some of these around. These. Okay, well, that's all that we had for those. And let's make some wooden cage traps. Wooden cage. Let's make 10 of those. I don't know what the hell to sell these dudes, to be honest. Aside from these meals. Giant bobcat meat. I'm assuming we bought that. I feel like there's a series of memes here that I am completely missing, Giraffe, but you know what? That's fine.
Hi all.
Popped Latte, thank you very much for the 7th month of subscription. Appreciate it, seriously, a lot. Last month we were able to accrue 350 paying subscribers, and this month we are on pace to maybe do it again. And if we can do it this month and next month, then I can get automatically bumped up to a 70-30 split with Twitch. And because everybody likes giving Amazon less money, I think that'd be really cool if we could achieve that. I have a mule foal who's starving. That's unfortunate. We should butcher it, but might as well move it to where it won't be starving. But we have achieved the first month, and we're now aiming for month 2. Prepared food barrel. There we go. I don't know why that wine barrel's worth so much, but we'll bring it. Hi, nature. What's up? Hope the streak continues. It'd be cool. It'd be real nice. So whenever I see people resubbing without Prime and, like, paid resubs, it really does mean a lot because we're in, like, the top 1.9% of Twitch with that stat right now. It's a very small, like, it's 1.9% of partners. So there's, like, 80,000 Twitch partners or something. For about half of them actively stream. And by that I mean, like, more than once a month. And it's less than 2% of Twitch partners actually will end up qualifying, most likely, for that. Which should be cool to have. We're going to trade for meat. They brought a bunch of grizzly bear meat, and they don't have grizzly bears that I could trade for. This is messed up, chat. All right, well, we will trade. Wonderful, thank you for your business, they say. War grizzlies? No, they just brought grizzly meat. Although the humans are supposed to bring us grizzlies. I'm in the top 2% of the 1%. Overall on Twitch, I am... Wait, what's inspiring about the title? Oh, Bouldersgate, yes. Currently, we are in the top 0.01% of Twitch. Currently, at this exact minute. We were probably higher when we had like 250 viewers earlier. We have 98.5% of the directory's views, which is kind of sad. I am currently in the top 0.15 of Twitch. I am ranked at the 11,507th biggest channel on Twitch and 4,560th. During peak in the middle of December, we were in the top 1,000. We were like the 600th biggest English streamer or something. So maybe if Twitch had a discovery algorithm, maybe if more people gave a shit about Dwarf Fortress, that's the actual issue there. It's not that Twitch doesn't have a discovery algorithm, it's that very few people care about Dwarf Fortress in the grand scheme of things. How many active streamers are there on Twitch? I don't... Hold on. Let me just look this up, because I can go get those stats for you. So this is from last year. On average, 7 million people go live on Twitch every month. And Twitch gets 32 million daily viewers. Or daily visitors, rather. No, that's also true. Very few people care about Dwarf Fortress, and like that, and that's also partially because very few people know that Dwarf Fortress even exists. People don't know that they need to care about Dwarf Fortress. I mean, it's a very specific type of game for a pretty specific type of person, so I'm not too surprised that it's a niche game. I obviously wish it was bigger, like, from the Steam launch. Like, I really wish that that had more of an effect, but like, what are you going to do, really? I think I'm going to fill this up again and give it a bit more of a whoosh. While I kind of give the dwarves a bit of a break. And go back down here, and let's go build some more bedrooms. Although that's going to hit dirt, isn't it? But you also need to remember that the vast majority of the people who go live on Twitch don't even get one viewer. Like, if you have, I think it's, I can't remember what this, I don't know what the stat is right now, but at least a couple of years ago, if you had one person watching, you were already in like the top 20% of Twitch or something. Like, Twitch is a very, like, whenever people talk to me about my job, right, people always just kind of seem like in a borderline disbelief that I get to do what I do. Or they just kind of tell me to fuck off, which is also, like, valid. But usually the kind of responses that I get are just like, either you can do that or just like, that exists. Like, there's... The majority of people kind of, I guess, don't even realize that this industry exists the way it is. Like, it is very niche because, like, while those numbers might seem massive for Twitch, in comparison to something like YouTube, Twitch is tiny. And something like Kick is even smaller. Like, it's really a niche market, as big as it is. Well, they think it's all Call of Duty, really, essentially. But, you know, I also don't blame them for thinking that it's all Call of Duty. That makes sense. that they're a top streamer. Oh, that's true, yeah. You know, you can absolutely tell people with 6 viewers that, you know, if you have one person talking in your chat, you're doing better than like 1 million people probably. And if you have somebody talking in your chat that you don't know, basically famous already. No, 7 million is not the active number. 7 million people go live every month and probably never stream again and probably stream for 90 seconds, right? The actual number of active people is a fraction of that. You know, like the vast majority of them aren't even affiliates, right? Like this isn't, it's not like there's 7 million active affiliates. Hold on, like let me grab you the number of affiliates. So as of October 2022, there were 1.65 million Twitch affiliates. 49.4 of them were English specific channels. I remember like it was like 2018 or something. There was a stat that was going around where there was like there's 250,000 affiliates and only like 80,000 of them had been paid or something. And by that I mean has made like $100. Although it's easier to get paid now. That means you have at least 50 followers, yeah. So not everybody signs the affiliate agreement at 50 followers, but let's just assume that they did. There's only 1.65 million people as of October last year that had 50 followers or more. And an average concurrent view count of 3. Like that's not a big number. Get a funny last streamed like game like shower with your dad simulator. Well, I mean, you know, some people just need to make a funny once and go out with a bang, and that's your streaming career. Here's the actual reality of streaming, right? I wouldn't recommend that anybody does this. Like, you guys see how much of a mess I am frequently. I don't know if I would recommend that anybody does this for a living. As much as I love my job, and as cool as this industry can be, it literally took me 10 years to get to the point where I was making a half-decent salary. And I don't even think that'll still be that. I don't think that'll still be the case in 5 years. I just have a lot of it, so we're using it. Sniper. And I'm not even saying that in like just a doomer kind of sense. Like, I got one really, really, really big boost of growth with Dwarf Fortress releasing. Probably get another boost of growth with Adventure Mode. I'll probably get another boost of growth when Caves of Cud releases, but I will never get one as big as Dwarf Fortress releasing. It's just not going to happen. So, it's a passion-driven industry for a reason. You do it because you love it, and if you stop loving it, stop doing it. Sure, but it won't be anywhere near the size of Fortress Mode. Fortress Mode is significantly more popular and more watchable than Adventure Mode. Bob. They're very, 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 very different games. Dwarf Fortress is famous for Fortress Mode, not Adventure Mode. Even though the creators prefer Adventure Mode. You're way too shy for streaming? Yeah, I mean, you get used to that part of it. Can't wait to see the tomorrow, but we can still enjoy the today. Yeah, it's a really bad way to... I've never streamed. It would be funny if I'm that number. I mean, you're not an affiliate, are you, Clino? Here's the thing, though. Being a high Apex player does not mean that you're going to get good views. Maxeline, are you stuck in ads? If you say nothing in the next 10 seconds, I just won't continue this thought until my ads are done. Waiting for these ads to finish. I'm surprised we haven't been like hit by, not siegers, but no sense in signing the paperwork. Yeah, no, there's absolutely no sense in signing the paperwork. Most people shouldn't. Here's the thing, right, about like being a high elo player in a video game. If you're a high elo player in a video game and extremely entertaining, you can do okay. If you're a high elo player in a video game and you're even less than extremely entertaining, you're not going to do okay. And if you're a high elo player in a video game and you're not entertaining and you win tournaments, you'll do okay. But the second you stop taking part in tournaments, you'll do horrible. Like, I used to know this one guy who I won't even bother naming, who now streams on Facebook. Who was a pretty high elo Apex player, actually. And he streamed quite a bit of Apex and did quite well in a few tournaments. Whenever he would take part in a tournament, if he'd place, for the next, like, 3 weeks, he'd have, like, 1,000 concurrent viewers. And then within, like, 2 months, he would be back down to, like, 20. So it was always just, like, him going, all right, so when's the next tournament? When can I be in the next tournament? Because, like, it was always just that was the only way he got views because he wasn't particularly entertaining. What was his next name? I don't want to name him. I'm just not even going to bother. But, like, there are people that I've known in the past who've tried that route. And it's not a guaranteed. Like, there's nothing that's guaranteed about this industry. Boom bust cycle its worst? Absolutely. And then all you need is the community to die down ever so slightly and jump onto another game and your view count goes krrr. And then he swapped over to Call of Duty Warzone and it, like, lost the rest of his audience, basically. And then he went to Facebook. Now he gets paid 100 grand a year to stream to 0 people. Mostly bots, I think. Assuming that... Wait, does that platform still exist? Can you still stream on Facebook? I assume you can. I know they got rid of their app, but... an artifact running around. Carpenter's workshop. Interesting. He's going back and forth. What's he making? Silver. Ew. Leather and 2 pieces of wood. Dominoc, what kind of dwarf do you want? Hold on. I'll get you the list. Apparently I got a bunch of hunters and trappers. Doctor. I guess I do have a doctor. I don't have a hospital yet. Which one do you want? Do you want Tekid? Do you want Geshud? Do you want... Oh yeah, do you want Tekid or Geshud? Once again, happy International Cat Day. You've been addicted to CUD. Should you try Dwarf Fortress? CUD and Dwarf Fortress are very different games with kind of similar styles of development. Although I'm going to be playing CUD, I think, in about 40 minutes. So, but I like both. I think both are very good games, but they're very good games for different reasons. Dwarf Fortress is a good game because it's an endlessly developed world simulation. CUD is a very good game because it's probably one of the best roguelikes ever made. He does not find most jokes humorous and does not go out of his way to help others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and does not often feel lustful. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he occasionally overindulges. He does not easily fall into love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He enjoys the company of others and chews his lips when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of raising a family and personally values independence and respects perseverance and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes phalite pig iron and resin opal, oriole and parchment and battle axes and reindeer for their large herds, and muck roots for their twisting shape and the sound of the luxurious sparkles, not sprinkles, and when possible, prefers to consume giant cardinal, char, and tomato wine, and can't stand bark scorpions. My dad is texting me. Dad, why are you texting me? My dad just sent me a picture of a Windows 98 laptop and asks if it's worth keeping. My knee-jerk response is, I'll take it. It's a Dell Latitude laptop with Windows 98 on it. What do you think, chat? Should I just be like, I'll take it? At least clear the hard drive? Take it and put Linux on it? You know, oddly enough, I'm kind of tempted. Windows 98 is pretty cool. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, what would I wouldn't hook it up to the internet, but, like, what would I install on it? Go get myself a cracked version of Quake or something. Dwarf Fortress? Actually, yeah, you're not wrong. Just use it as a way of, like, playing, like, very early builds of Dwarf Fortress. Oh, true, ROM emulators. 98 is trash, XP was so much better. It's true. I've got a lot of nostalgia. Well, I've got a lot of nostalgia for 98, because 98 was my first OS. Really. Space Pinball? Yes. I mean, honestly, I think I'd probably just install Mint on it or something and then just use it as like a ROM box. My dad just like has Lego Mindstorms installed. That really says about what era that laptop came from. Following Windows 3.1. I was born in 94, okay? So the real question is like, I think it's like, okay, no, it is at my dad's house. I was like, I think that might be in my dad's office at work. Like, why does he have a Windows 98? You feel something for, yeah, I mean, I used 95. Like, I had friends that had 95 computers. But no, I mean, the first OS that I used was 90. The first OS that I used was Windows 98. What'd you miss? Not that much. Just mindless discussion about nonsensical garbage, mostly. Or straight Debian with cinnamon. You see, I know very little about what that means, but you know. Saigon the Woodburner has created Shruker Bakur, a coconut palm hatch cover, and offers it to the Dungeons of Dragons. I got a place to put that. Oh yeah, no, I remember my 98 computer crashing a lot. But, you know, doesn't change the fact that I still have some nostalgia for it. It's like, you know, there are people out there who have nostalgia for a lot of really bad OSs and systems and setups. Like, one of my most memorable days ever was sitting on my aunt's Windows ME computer and making a little game in RPG Maker XP on it. And it barely working. Very, 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 very good feeling. Old school DF in ASCII used to be able to run just straight up in terminal, so yeah. This is a coconut palm hatch cover. While Crastor's ship is of the highest quality, it is decorated with white stork leather and encircled with bands of coconut palm and pomelo wood. This object menaces with spikes of silver. It's pretty cool. I mean, another thing I could do with it is I could just put it on that desk and put a cool image on it and just let it sit there. Became a reality with Windows 98? Yep. I mean, that was like the first OS that I had games on. I played Age of Empires on 98. Like shit tons of Age of Empires on 98. Your desk is a mess? I mean, mine is not a mess. Not a mess. Not that bad. It's been worse. Yeah, so like, you know, I've got nostalgia for some shitty OSs. I think that that's fine. Deep Space, what up, dude? How's things, man? Working from home today? How's yourself? I'm okay. I think it would be inaccurate to say that I'm good, but I'm okay. I'm alive. I'm streaming. I'm playing video games on the internet. I don't feel like absolute shit, just kind of like shit. But doing okay. It's good to see you as always, Sniper. Take care of yourself, dude. But I don't know. I think people just have nostalgia for things that they grew up with, regardless of their quality. You know, some people really, really like Donkey Kong Country for some god-awful reason. It's not a good game, but that's fine. Some people like Skyrim, and I still haven't figured that out. Don't know why. They insist it's a good game, but it's just not. Merp? How's things? Tolus? Hope you're doing well, dude. Thank you very much for the tier 2 for 15 months streak. 23 months total. Oblivion was superior in every way, and Oblivion was a step down from the game before. So I don't know. I actually don't agree with that. I think the leveling system in Oblivion was god-awful. Jump, 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 thwack, jump, 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 jump. It's an awful game. It's fucking Pogo Stick Simulator. I just don't like Bethesda games, okay? I'm playing it on the MCC and you just feel sad. I still like Halo, I don't know. I think Halo Age is pretty okay, but It's more the level design of Halo that I still like. They don't feel great to play, but that's also just like anything from that era. Ever tried Alley Cat? No. At least Morrowind was an RPG. They haven't really made an RPG since. You didn't miss the stream. No tickers. Hello. How did things go today? Yes, very, very, very engaging gameplay of Oblivion. Think you've got this one, but you don't need the job that badly. It'd be a supplement. I gotcha. Well, I mean, you still, if you're applying for a thing, you still want to try and get the thing that you're applying for. Even if it's not like a matter of life or homelessness. Skyrim is just Gary's mod with some structure. Like, quite literally. It's slightly more structured Gary's mod. What is this cool fort? I started it this morning. This is Bouldersgate of the Dungeon of Dragons and the Rack of Princesses. Which is a hard thing to say, princesses. It's Bouldersgate. We are the Gate of Boulders. Very unique fort name. Also, while creating this very unique original fort name that nobody ever thought of before, we also realized that you could name a fortress Rimworld, which I may have to do at some point as part of some other, I don't know, maybe when Rimworld puts out an expansion pack or something. I didn't come up with it. It's not a booby fort, you're a booby fort. Anyway, moving on. It's not Bouldergate tree. No self-respecting dwarf puts the word tree in the name of their fort. But the symbol of our fort is 3 hanging crosses. So it's surely going to be called hashtag Bouldergate or possibly Bouldergate. Yes. It's just like when there's a massive scandal at Larry and it's going to be called Baldingate. Bouldergate free. Unfortunately, free wasn't a word. We tried Glee, but It's all good. Kind of sucks trying to get a job when you don't have one. With this one, I don't even need it that badly because it just seems like a clinch sign. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's one fucked up thing, especially in like the tech sector a lot right now, where it's like if you already have a job, it's not too hard to go from that job into another job to get a pay raise, but they won't hire somebody who doesn't already work in the industry because like you're unproven, which is just fucking stupid. Cook you some salmon? Ooh. Discount ball. Well, Bouldersgate. I mean, discount Bouldersgate. I don't think discount's a word. Considering dwarves don't know what money is, I don't think that they would know what a discount is. Entry-level career results must have 6 years of experience. Oh yeah, no, totally. I really like those like job parody things where it's like requires 14 years of experience, and it's like, wait, what? But this is McDonald's, sir. This is a Wendy's. It's not a good job if it. So here's the thing that I've learned about jobs, Maxillian, and I'm not an expert, so please don't take anything I say seriously or as fact. I worked in really, really, really shitty jobs for a really, really, really long time. It completely obliterated me mentally to the point where I'm quite literally in therapy now and regularly seeing a psychiatrist. So the thing that I always say about jobs is jobs are a transaction, and it's a two-way transaction. You trade your time for money. But if the time that you are trading for is impacting your personal time, then you're trading more money or more time for not enough money. So is the amount of crap that it's causing you and pain that it's causing you worth the money you're getting? Then maybe it's a decent job. If the amount of damage it's doing to you in your personal life isn't worth the money you're getting, then it's not a good job, regardless of how good the job actually is on paper. Especially if it's like hurting your physical and mental health, because then you need to realize that you're having less time because of the job. So that's considered paid time. But yeah, never work IT, says the IT professional. Yeah. I hear that a lot from a lot of people. Creature's grown to become a boar. Onul's given birth to a girl. No mayor yet. You basically work 24/7. I basically work 24/7, but like, I think the only reason I've stuck with this job for so long is because as many detractors as streaming has, I fucking love it, and I make okay money now because, you know, there's 300, 400-ish people that subscribe to me every month, and then a handful of people that throw bits and tips at me that make it like a living wage to a degree. Not if I had a family or a car, but, you know, it's nice to be able to make like 40, 50,000 a year. But when you look at what I came from and what I went to, it's like I went from like being at the poverty line to being significantly below the poverty line for like 3 years, purely because it was just not worth it. It just was not worth it. It's so much fun streaming. It can be, yeah. It can also be horrifically stressful. I think it's so much fun streaming as a hobby, but the second it's like your sole income source, it can be very, very oppressively stressful. I'll put 2 mechanic shops in here. You want to burn the whole place down? Yeah, that sounds familiar. Can't tell if this is still expanding or if it's evaporating. I need to stare at it for a moment. Because if it's still if it's evaporating, what we'll do is I'll just do a trench here and a trench here, and that'll be fine. Yeah, it's evaporating. That, and this isn't even just advice, this is just me rambling for a half second, but I think that people have this habit of trying to live the lifestyle that's expected for the job that they have. There is a person who used to watch this stream a number of years ago who like owned a house in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of fuck nowhere, USA, and was professionally retired. Like he didn't have a job, he just was retired. And the way he did that was got a job in the tech sector in like 2009 and worked from 2009 until 2018 full-time, living in his car and sleeping on people's couches and like going to the pool to shower and basically just eating instant ramen and the food that was provided for free at the place he worked. And then he retired and bought a house. Whereas like everybody that he worked with at the time were, you know, paying rent in Seattle, buying houses in Seattle, paying the cost of food for Seattle, and all of that, you know? He owned a beater and like slept at work. I think that just not living to the expected level of the average person around you works wonders. But I'll say this as somebody who does that, holy fuck, it makes dating hard because everybody just assumes you're broke. Like, so you're broke? No, that's not the case. Okay. I really like Seattle as a city, but I don't ever want to live there. Their public transit sucks. Oh yeah, there's also that. Yeah, when I tell people that I stream on Twitch, they assume that it's like a stopgap in between jobs. Which is why I had to explain to my dad the other day that I really hate it when he just randomly tells people that I stream on Twitch. It's like, please stop doing that, Dad. He's like, why? I'm really proud of it. I'm like, you are. So am I, but please stop telling people what I do for a living. Right, let's move our kitchens down here. Although, admittedly, that sentiment was very accurate for a very long time. You've got to go to bed. You should go to bed, then. Snooze good, Stone. Why do I make this look not like garbage? You enjoyed your stay? Cheers, Maxillian. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Well, I mean, we'll be on building this fort tomorrow, probably.
Just subbed for another 3 months.
Hey!
Thanks, dude.
Cheers, B. I'm out of water, but cheers, all the same. Thanks much. For the 4th month. Hopefully, around halfway through that, I'll suddenly start, or in 2 months, I'll start getting a higher cut of that. I've had some people ask, ooh, brimstone. I've had some people ask me if I'm gonna do another subathon soon because my sub count's been dropping, and it's like, yeah, in October, when I get paid better. D&D got canceled tonight. Oh no! At least you got Strim. Hopefully it doesn't get canceled next week or whenever your schedule is. You want me to get there so bad? Me too. Me too. Like, frankly, me too. I don't know. It's going to be a little difficult, though, because, like, Twitch almost always does some sort of sub sale in September. There's always, like, 50% off for new subs, and there's always, like, 1 or 2 days at the end of the month where it's just, like, 50% off all subs. They usually do that. They certainly did last year. So, if they do that again, it's going to be... hopefully the thing that gets us over the edge to just, you know, be able to get the 70-30 split. But then it's going to be painful because there's going to be a period there where there's discounts on subs and I'm not going to get the bigger cut. But it's usually only like a day that it lasts, though. This is going to be our kitchens, and I'm going to do food storage here, too. Obsidian kind of looks like blackberries. You know, I never thought of it that way, but now that you mention it, yeah, kind of. They kind of look like a pile of Xbox One X's. Or Xbox Series X. My bad. Sorry, their branding is a clusterfuck. You want some blackberries? I could go get you some. I just have to go outside for like 20 minutes. There's so many blackberries around. I've got like 4 containers in my freezer from the last 3 days. Like every night I go out and pick like a container full of blackberries. It's been so nice. Are still like 2 weeks from being ripe. Really? Yeah, no, they got ripe early this year. BC is perfect for blackberries, cherries, and blueberries. It's wonderful. Yeah, also raspberries. But the amount of green and red is insane, yeah. No, it's that time of year. It's berry season. All right, let's check on this. Yeah, no, that's not going to fill. So I'm just going to slam this shut. We'll have to dig more trenches in. Dark brown edges around the gray look nice. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. Brimstone's an interesting material. To the point where I think I'm going to use it. Get rid of that tanner shop, that butcher shop, that kitchen. That's still sea chat. It's temporary. I told you. That's... lie down here. I think over here I'm going to do... leather industry. Okay, we're going to do that, and then I'm going to lie down to this. We're going to kind of go around here. There we go. That'll look fine. This is going to be for all food except for... actually, just everything but pigtail seeds and plump helmet spawn. Everything else is going to go into here. Pudding stone? Pudding stone is kind of like conglomerate, isn't it? Like a very similar type of thing. We're going to go to kitchen. We're going to go to seeds. Yeah, cook all these. I don't care about sweet pods. Don't care about prickleberry. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Care about that. Don't care about that. And don't care about that. I literally cook all of them. It's fine. And let's go to labor, standing orders. Okay, oh, actually, no, kitchen. Okay, currently we just, oh, no, we do. Don't cook plump helmets, and don't cook any of the alcohol. Say lavish meals, and we'll just do 250. Honestly, my favorite thing that I've discovered thanks to Dwarf Fortress are pineapple opals. Because look at these things. Pineapple opals. They're so cool looking. You gifted an anonymous gifter's gifted a sub to Peter. That's Peter's 55th month. So whoever did that, congratulations. You just like landed that on somebody who's been around for ages. Yeah, no, pineapple opals are my favorite thing that I've discovered through Dwarf Fortress. Like, Dwarf Fortress has made me come really close to just being like a crystals guy. And not like for the fucking meditation bullshit reasons, but just because they look cool. Like, quite literally, I've come so close to that. So close. Not quite yet, but maybe. Maybe one day. Dominoc has claimed a magma glass furnace. Needs pictures of glass. Obviously, we need raw, clear glass. We're also making clear glass windows. That's as close to a crystal guy as you'll get. Fair enough. I got some healing crystals. I mean, yeah, that and they're like weirdly expensive. Oh. Weirdly expensive. On the topic of subs, though, if we do hit that sub goal, I realize it's kind of a ways off. But if we hit it, I will gift a mug out into chat. So I'll mug chat if we hit that sub goal. And also, if you're interested in amazing merchandise from yours truly, you can find that over at my merch store by typing an !merch into the chat. I'm making that raw glass, eh? There you go, raw clear glass. What else do you need, you weirdo? The mugs are great. They are great. Friend is a joke signed up to your work email, a few random newsletters, and one of them is a healing crystal thing for cats. Okay, so it's not like it's charging you anything. It's not like cat facts from back in the day. You can't buy the last one? You mean the Machine Waters Swim Club? I'll probably leave that one up for another month or two. But even if like I have a limited piece of merch that you want, again, just let me know and I'll get you a link and you can buy it. I don't really like... I pretend to live in the FOMO industry, but Realistically, not really. The Machine Water Swim Club was originally intended to be limited, but then nobody bought it, so I was like, eh. I'll just leave it up in case people want it later. I need a temple is something that I need. Gotta pump those sales. I wonder how many of those I've sold. Hold on, I can tell you. I've sold nothing in the. I've sold one. I've had one gift in the last 7 days. But 6 Machine Water Swim Club mugs and 2 Machine Water Swim Club shirts I've sold. 2. Yeah, that's the goal in life, right, Lagishka? Stacked cloth, glass. Stacked cloth and glass. Okay. Okay, let's just go harvest a bunch of crap then. Here comes just the crowd of dwarves out to harvest those. Thanks for the penny trim. Oh my fucking god, the camel. Yeah, it's so good, isn't it? Every penny counts, as they say. You're even on the top 10. That's how you know it counts. There we go. Looks like you're headed to California tomorrow. There's worse places you could be. Like I said, there's worse places you could be. Like, if I was told I had to be somewhere, I'd rather be in California than Texas, and I think you've spent quite a bit of time in Texas. Is that... No, it's Goshenite. It's not what I thought it was. You going to bed now? You have a good night, Bastet. Don't forget to plug your phone in. I can't tell if you're saying that ironically or not about the cold breeze, because we've actually seriously had a very nice cool breeze here recently. Now I'm waiting for somebody to drag a llama in. There you are. Try this too. was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Orange has been to California for work before, so I don't think it's gonna change Orange's life too much going to California again. Contagious misery. You know, it's really hard to tell how accurate a lot of that stuff is. Because, like, I would tell you that the particular part of town I live in is terrible, yet many people love it here, so I don't know. People spend ungodly amounts of money to move here. There's things about it that are great, but... This fortress is really happy, all things considered. Considering I don't even have a temple, dwarves in this fort are pretty fucking happy. Okay, what actually do you want then? You want stacked cloth. And glass, but what kind of cloth? It's not silk, so it's probably processed plants? Okay, cotton plant, there we go. You're in right now, it's being actively gentrified. I genuinely believe that the neighborhood I live in is being gentrified for the better, if that makes any sense. Like, it's one of those places where, like... So I don't live in Vancouver, I live in Surrey, right? And Surrey is like a city next to Vancouver. We've gone from... When I moved here, Surrey had a population of 380,000 people. As of last year, we have 1.4 million. Bit of densifying. The result is it's becoming a much nicer place to live, though.
Crypt beer.
I suppose that there's that. Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for the 38th month. But yeah, the gentrifying is something. Okay, so I don't know what you want, Dwarf. You want glass? Okay, you know what? Let's make raw green glass. Let's make a thing of raw green glass. Let's try that. Shouldn't matter, but... I mean, we already have raw clear glass. I don't know what this dwarf wants. Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for the 38th month. Massive appreciation, dude. Thank you so much for sticking around. Did he already grab it? Oh, he did. Okay, so it was green glass. Okay, so he does just want green glass. He doesn't want clear glass. He wants green. Okay, he's got 2 pieces of raw green glass. Orange, thanks for the 10 bucks. Here's man. While I focus way too hard on this. Some more migrants have arrived, and the population rises. 'Tis in fact almost a hype train. Yes. This is where everybody in chat stares it down and streamer gets up to go refill his water. Oh, hey, hype train. Neat. Tolis, thanks for checking out a gift. Trimkoff, what kind of dwarf do you want?
WTF salt, WTF salt, WTF salt.
UTF salt. What, are you telling Orange that he's salty? Is that what's happening? All right, I'm going to let you two argue, and then say what kind of dwarf would you like? Actually, here, let's just go. Why can't I type in here? Okay. Let's do that. Deep Space, thanks for gifting a sub to Bob. Orange, thank you very much for the extra 10 bucks. And, Trimkoff, what kind of dwarf do you want? Anyone interested Anyone interesting other than that you don't mind at all? No preference. All right, I will give you the happiest dwarf who's currently available, who is Godin the Clerk. Trimkoff has a very calm demeanor, can be very happy and optimistic, and is very stubborn. She is often given to flights of fancy and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she doesn't handle stress well. She has a sense of duty and occasionally overindulges and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Thanks for the 76 cents, by the way. Suited Giraffe. Super didn't see that. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she can take offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she gets exasperated. When she gets exasperated, she often points and shakes her finger. When she becomes very confused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. Wait, what? Very focused, not confused. Very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally deeply respects eloquent speakers and values good craftsmanship and does not care about family, one way or another. And dreams of mastering skills, like cinnabar and platinum, yellow sespertine, and coral. And picks and white tip reef sharks for their distinctive dorsal fin. I mean, how could you not? And the words of the umber skirts and the sight of the periwinkle of blossoming, and when possible prefers to consume pomegranate wine and cave wheat seeds, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. She is corpulent, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her hair is burnt sienna, and her skin is cinnamon. Her eyes are jade, and her nose is slightly upturned. She is married to a fishery worker named Onul, and her son is one of our miners named Kulet. Her younger brother is a farmer in the fort, and her aunt is a wood burner in the fort. Her uncle is a glassmaker, and her cousin is a trapper. Her other cousin is Geshud, and the dwarven baby is her cousin. These dwarves all seem to hate jumping spiders, don't they? I need a temple in this fort, like, real bad. I need to find somewhere to put a temple, among other things. Chat rooms, thank you very much for the very generous hype train. You were very kind. And Slipnip wants me to read the word story, so I will do that. Typists insist on making messes. Green nights happen rarely. Beavers engineer the ecosystems in the what the bloody hell? Ecosystems in the Transylvania to resemble the indecent at the dam. This Altulavian time period is antecedent to me. Thanks for the $100, Orange. You mad lad? And we have a petition for a farmers guild and a ranger guild. Well, I'm gonna build one of those. We'll build the farmers guild. Rangers guild can just sit on ice for a minute. Need to get rid of some of those puppies. Farmers are up here. So I guess we'll build the Farmers Guild. What, Bouldersgate? Me and chat came up with it, okay? Sending the puppies to the farm upstairs. No, to the kitchens downstairs. Come on. We're not going to beat around the shrub here. There you go, Sage Bitey. Giving an equal amount of love to everybody. All right, let's do... This is my farm right now. And I don't... You know what? Yeah, we'll do it this way. Yeah, it's Bouldersgate, and the site government is called the Dungeon of Dragons. So, there you go. Also, seriously, Orange, you're crazy. That's all. Just you're crazy. And as part of creating this very dumb name for a fort, we also realized that you can literally just call a fort Rim World. Which I think might actually be funnier. Like, there's a world where that is significantly more funny than Bouldergate. Because you can just literally name a fortress Rim World. What, when I realized that you could name them RimWorld? I don't know why I've never tried that before, but... Learn something every day, I suppose. Wondering why the dwarves aren't digging. What's up, Mighty Stoosh? And Gold Poke.
Crypt beer.
Okay, then. Thank you very much, Suited, for the $50. I mean, you're definitely locking yourself in second place with that. I mean, Christ, man. The orange guys are at war. This is true, yes. Suited Giraffe and Orange are at war. A war to see who can spend the most money the fastest. It's a very competitive industry. Doesn't have to be a war. It could be teamwork. It could, in fact, be teamwork. Team War instead of... Oh, I mean, that's just TF2. Team Fortress is, like, way ahead of you on that. So let's get, I guess, just basalt here. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is I'm going to start channeling down the top of this. Maybe not all of it, but just like a chunk of this. And we're just going to put a clear glass ceiling on it. I think it's called an alliance, possibly. But regardless, that is a bonkers hype train. So thank you very much to you extraordinarily generous individuals for keeping us funded. For like the whole week, frankly, at this rate. So thank you much. I think Orange is just celebrating not getting fired. Did you get paid at least? I know that was the concern this morning. Not fully. Well, hopefully you get paid. Considering you were quite happy with working there, like, last time we spoke, that seems like something must have changed, but... Probably going to quit before PAX. Oh boy, that's pretty soon then. Deep Space, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Much appreciated, dude. Seriously. Just being a wizard, making subs appear. Also, you should go follow Deep Space. When you catch his streams, they're very entertaining. Mr. Deep Space making with the hype? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Okay, so... Well, we gotta dig you guys out of here. There you go. I'll do one more up there. And then this can all just be clear glass. I require more additional clear glass because I don't actually have enough right now. But chat room, thank you very much for that kind of absurd hype train with 5 subs and $180.79 in bits. Took you a month to realize what? I'm scrolling up and trying to figure out what you said before that, and I feel like I missed something. What was I gonna do? Right, clear glass blocks again. Then we can start farming above ground crops too. I'm sorry, what? Got a miner who's been missing for a week? I don't know how I did that, but also we have 73 dwarves. Holy shit. That was a big-ass migrant wave. And somebody is smoking directly outside of my apartment. That's classy. We got a gorilla. time to tame the gorilla. Holy shit, we caught a gorilla. You can war train gorillas? Okay, well, I'm gonna train gorillas to go hunting for me. Nah, just war gorillas. Oh no. Dominar went stark raving mad. I don't know what that dwarf wanted. Like, I guess they wanted silk or something, but I gave them everything that, like, I could. I made as many types of cloth as I could and made a bunch of raw glass, but apparently wasn't enough. Hold on. I'm just... This is cigarettes, not weed. I've already left, but doesn't matter. My apartment's already full. Sorry, Dominok. Hey, Goat Swarm. King Kong returns. I mean, it's not a giant gorilla. It's just a gorilla. Is it now a trained gorilla? Ah, there we go. We fed it a plump helmet. 2, in fact. And we are going to war train the gorilla. There's also an anaconda on this map. This is pretty cool. There's a lot of gorillas on the map. Bah. You are going to be war trained. I'm also going to make you available as a pet. Well, I hope you get that job, Orange. I hope it works out. That llama's got the zoomies. What's up, some Todd guy? Have you promised anything about Skyrim recently? What's the next platform that Skyrim's coming out on? Oh, I was referring to Orange. I mean, you too. I mean, I hope all of you guys get your jobs. If you apply for a job, I hope you get it, unless it's a shitty job, in which case, please don't get it. I like this gorilla. Is patient after being confined. Even dwarves don't feel patient about being confined. Now is a war gorilla. Let's see if we can get you some war gorilla friends. I figured some guy named Todd would know, but hi, Todd. What's up? You're not surprised that the gorilla has more emotional maturity than a dwarf? Neither of them am I when you put it in, like, that tone of voice, but, like, also at the same time, it's kind of neat. I might just grow cotton. I mean, yeah, totally. Seems pretty optimal. Are you in town right now? Because you keep saying here, like you're in town, but for some reason I thought you were, like, halfway across the continent right now. You're waiting to find a terminal in Starfield that has Skyrim running on it? You know, Skyrim would be, like, surprising. I would prefer if it had Daggerfall. Now, Daggerfall I'd be impressed by. You're supposed to go to Calgary? Oh, but you instead ended up not, I assume. Well, I don't really have time to hang out tonight or anything because I'm working on videos and I need to sleep. They made you switch loads? Gotcha. Is that why you were expecting to get fired? Well, there we go. Now we can farm some above ground stuff. Or in theory, we should be able to farm above ground stuff. I mean, I think that would oh, wait, no. Never mind. I have to dig through these first. Grr. I always forget that that doesn't actually count. And this up here should just become the Farmers Guild. Or I forget. All right. Let's see what the value of this is. Almost high enough. Why is there a deconstruct symbol right there? Don't even. A thief. Well, that's fine. Kobolds on the map. There we go. Now I can just grow cotton here. Cotton and maize, even. But I mean, realistically, that is going to be like the smart way to buy Starfield. That or just don't buy Starfield and simply subscribe to Game Pass for a month. It's going to be the other way to do it. I just want to know, how long is it going to take for them to implement paid mods for this, for Starfield? Like, I'm kind of half joking when I say that, but I'm also not. Because, like, it is a blank slate, sort of. So it's like, if they're going to do some bullshittery, it's going to be on that game. Like, how long till they implement something stupidly unpopular like that? All right, well, that fell, so clear. At least they support modders, unlike Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't even support their community, let alone their modders. Like, they support nothing. They support their bottom line, and that's it. Remember who Microsoft is. Jonathan. That's the thing that you need to remember, is who Microsoft is. They ain't the good guys. Let's do this. You've seen the Minecraft shop? That's a very good comparison, actually. They're not stupid? Bet. Also, you keep winking at me again. We've been over this before. But bet. And I would also say it kind of depends on how desperate they get. All right, let's go there. And there we go. More above ground crops. Oh, God. I let barrels into this stockpile. Whoops. Let's go pearl mullet. Let's go horned melon. Cotton. And maize. Gonna wait 10 years and buy it for 80? I just won't buy Nintendo games. That's kind of where my plan begins and ends. Oh, geez, we got a mayor now. Irvad. Alrighty, Irvad. Which bedroom is going to end up being yours? I think that the mayor... I mean, Lyagushka, it's funny because it's true, right? That'll be the mayor's dining room and office. The mayor's bedroom can go back here. Bedrock is also the version of the game that has the far and away vast majority of the people playing on it. You kind of need to remember that. What was I gonna do? Right, Windows. Raw green glass will bring. Even though it's not all that valuable. What else can we do? Sell them the clear glass cabinets. Bring a bunch of the goblets. Let's see if they brought me those bears that I requested. And unfortunately, chat, we've caught no more gorillas. You have an interesting dress, though, High Treasurer. It's very orange. What material is that? Size for humans, it's made for hemp cloth and it's coated with water. I don't think I've ever seen like bright orange like that before. Got a crafts dwarf shop being claimed. All the dwarves are all running out to you know, go drop stuff off. Can I request another gorilla? I don't think they had tame gorillas. Oh, we found that minor dead Oh. Wait. Do you not have a way up? So, how did you get down here then, kid? Well, that's awkward. I lost a dwarf who dug my moat. The Merchants Guild, can I request gorillas from you? Do you guys have tame gorillas? No. They do have grackles, though. Way less cool. Way less cool, though. Yeah, no, just grizzlies and black bears are the only particularly interesting creatures that they have. They have worms. Not very useful. I could buy slugs. Aren't those a thing in Bouldersgate? Because we could go with slugs. Should I request slugs, I guess is what I'm asking, chat. Also, we're only like $20 away from today being my best day in the last 30 days, courtesy of that crazy hype train earlier. Just thought I'd inform you of that. It's also definitely my best day in August. Slugs? We need slugs? Okay, I will request slugs. For reasons that I can't fathom. They want quivers and rings. My broker has also requested a depot, who's coming to now trade at depot. People have been talking about slugs a lot since Baldur's Gate released, so I assume that you can eat them in Baldur's Gate. That's just my assumption. I don't know how accurate that is, but I assume that that's the case. Excellent. They listened to our purchasing requests. Look at that. Grizzly, 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 grizzly. Damn right. Let's get grizzly, chat. War Grizzly, go. It's now truly a... Now, if we can romance the Grizzlies, then it's truly a Baldur's Gate fortress. Grizzly, 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 grizzly. Grizzly emote when? Literally never. Well, actually, no. When you... I will consider ideas for new emotes when we have space for a new emote, which means I need only about... waiting for the thing to load. Twitch is loading slowly today. And then here, and then scroll down to this. Spinning, circle, spinning, circle, spinning, circle, spinning, circle. There we go. Twitch is loading slowly today. And then I scroll down to here. And I screenshot this because it's easier to show it when I screenshot it. So, this is my total number of subscriber points, not to be confused with subscribers. I have 814 subscribers, but once this pops up, I need 3,600 subscriber points, and currently we have 920. So new emote when? When somebody puts out hard enough that I have enough emote points, open slots to be able to get another emote. So I don't think that's ever happening, actually. Anyway, incoming bears. I'm sure the gorilla and the bears will cuddle just fine. Ooh, a dog bone helm. Got an artifact. The Dwarven child has created a Shittimad. Dog bone helm, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. It's the dog bone helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and square, brilliant, clear glass gems and lead and dog leather. This object menaces with spikes of dog bone, basalt, and clear glass. And totally of romance to slug. I mean, squelch. Okay, so let's just remove that. 120 hours what on the stream? Hot diggity dang it. Right. Let's get this cut in. Now the question is, you know, let's, for the tombs, let's do this. This is going to be where we're going to get the catacombs going. All right, chat. So I've had people asking for Caves of Cud. You guys want to play some Caves of Cud? You have to tear yourself away from the stream and head to bed. We'll see you later, dude. You snooze good. That's not the button that I wanted at all. That's the button I wanted. Domino's? You mean the pizza place? No, your points. I mean, yes, you did in fact lose your points. But I would say that this has been a very good, successful start to this fortress. I mean, look, we have bears and a singular gorilla. And if the gorilla decides to turn on us, we can just, the bears will just beat him up. So it's fine. We've got a rather large fortress that's slowly growing. We've got a relatively unsuccessful lava moat that I'm going to be working on and expanding. And a pretty epic front door. By that, I mean a massive bridge. This is going to get some land constructions up here in front of it. And, I mean, it's a giant volcano. So, yes, it is pretty easy to spot. I mean, it looks like a volcano. You can't really see it here, but it does look like a giant, like, volcano mountaintop thing. I mean, it's fine. I think it's the worst game that studio has made, and don't fully understand the excitement for it. But if you really like the game Kingdom, you'd probably quite like it. I think it's a little dull, personally, and I'm a little bit disappointed by it, actually, as a big fan of Grizzly games. Dominoc's been buried. And I think it's time to call it for episode 1 on this fort. So if you guys want to say goodbye, YouTube, you can do that. But I will be finishing Burn Vault at some point this week as well. So, bye, YouTubes. Did you just get here, G-Fin? But we're not ending the stream for whatever it's worth. We're just swapping over to Cud. So unless Cud is like completely against your whole goal, ideal in life, then you know, we'll be still going for another couple hours. Burnvault is one of the most fun fortresses you've made. Yeah, it's